Darn that Iowa AD robbing me of one of my favorite topics, one of the easiest topics to pick on in college football in recent years. Welcome to the Voice of College Football. Welcome to the Big Ten live show. We do this each and every Monday at 6 o'clock Eastern time, so we hope you will join us each and every week. And not only do we focus on the Big Ten here at the Voice of College Football, of course, the SEC, the Big 12, the ACC, and the Pac-12 for its remaining days. And so please check out the content. All right. Reports have been substantiated and confirmed, and it's been announced now by the Iowa Athletic Department that offensive coordinator Brian Ferentz has been dismissed following the current football season. I posted my analysis, my take on the situation and on the decision, so please check that out. We will take your calls here at the Voice of College Football. We have dropped the link both in the description section of the video and in the chat. So much going on in college football, so much going on in the Big Ten. Of course, this is the headline story for this Monday. Brian Ferentz out at Iowa. We also have a college football playoff ranking unveiling, the initial rankings display coming out on Tuesday evening. We'll be here for a watch party right here at the Voice of College Football. So at 7 o'clock Eastern time on Tuesday, join us for the watch party, and then we will take your comments, questions, and calls on the playoff rankings. And they center very much on Ohio State and on Michigan. Will a Big Ten team be ranked number one in the playoff rankings? Will the Big Ten have the top two spots? Certainly, you would think that the Big Ten would have two of the top four spots. So we will discuss that, the merits of Michigan, the merits of Ohio State. Of course, the ongoing NCAA investigation of Michigan football, Connor Stallions, and whether Jim Harbaugh, who did comment today at the news conference, to a certain extent commented. He was asked about it. He didn't provide too much information or too much feedback in response, and we all understand why. In his position right now, that he's not going to comment too much on any of that. But he made his statement weeks ago to say that he had no knowledge of any wrongdoing. But there was a response made by Jim Harbaugh today. And then we also have actual football on the field in week 9. We'll run through the schedule and our previews of the various games in the Big Ten. No monumental games in the Big Ten, but if you consider the Big Ten Western Division standings in particular, every game is important. We've got, what is it? Is it 5 teams? 4 teams are tied for first place at 3-2. 4 teams tied for first place at 3-2, and then Northwestern still has a shot at 2-3. All right, let's get to the headline story on Brian Ferentz. We know our good buddy Corey Bratta from the Hawkeye of the Storm is obviously on live right now talking about it as well. So for the deep dive, you could certainly go there as well. Check out my previous post on this. So let's go through the story here and see if there's anything that we don't know. Brian Ferentz, offensive coordinator, the son of longtime coach Kirk Ferentz. Historic struggles gaining national attention. And that's one of my focuses on the video that I posted, is that this has been an embarrassment for Iowa football and has really taken away and detracted from all the good things going on at Iowa in football, competing for division championships, winning most of their games, having elite off defense and special teams play. Interim athletic director Beth Getz, who supervises Brian Ferentz because of nepotism laws, made the announcement Monday after discussing the situation with Brian, Kirk, and university president Barbara Wilson. So Beth Getz is an interim AD. And typically interims don't rock the boat, don't do much. But she made the move that needed to be made. So I applaud her. I certainly celebrate this decision. As I stated earlier today, I do not want to see people get fired. The only time I applaud firings, the only time I really put a smile on my face when I hear about somebody being fired. It's if they were dishonest or there was some level of abuse or misconduct, or they were just flat out lazy and irresponsible. But when it comes to Brian Ferentz, none of those things are true. He tried. I in no way believe that he did not give the effort required. But when you're being paid that kind of money, when your father is the highest paid individual in the state of Iowa, and you are one of the top 5 or 10, there are expectations. And those expectations were not just not met, they were in horrendous shape. The standard was not prolific. The standard was not elite. The standard was not an industry standard. The standard wasn't even marginal, mediocre. The standard was just be functional sometimes. I don't know the last game that the Iowa offense was actually functional. They had a game against Purdue last year. They rushed for 200 yards plus, scored 24 points. That's the best I can come up with off the top of my head. I don't know when the last time you can credit an Iowa win to the offense. You can credit the defense every time Iowa wins and the special teams and say, in this particular case, the Iowa offense, they supplemented the win. They did not get in the defense's way. But many times they did get in the way, but the defense and the special teams were so good that they still overrode the offense's ineptitude. All right. So in a statement, Getz noted that Iowa's struggles on offense this season, combined with Ferentz's contract situation, created a unique situation for the program. And I got an email with that statement. For whatever reason, just here in the last couple of months, I've started to receive email communications and all the releases from the Iowa athletic department. So I did see that statement, and I thought that it was well written in that it was very forthright, very blunt, very straightforward and brief to say, we met, we reviewed it, we have high expectations, they are not being met. This is a detriment to the program. This is, if you read between the lines, a bit of a national joke. So we're addressing it. And we are playing for a championship here. Hawkeyes didn't play last week. They got Northwestern in Wrigley Field this week. Getz says in the statement, making this known today is the best interest of the program and its loyal fans. It's become a creature unto itself. This story, this narrative, this contract stipulation, the Iowa ineptitude on offense, it's become a distraction for the program. And it's become, again, if you ask college football fans coast to coast, what do you know about Iowa football? If you just say Iowa football to the average college football fan, who knows what's going on, who generally knows who's winning, what's going on. They're following the playoff race. They're following their own team, their own conference, but they're not hardcore, can name Cade McNamara and, the running back stable and the wide receivers and everybody. No, just your standard college football fan that is completely detached from the Big Ten in Iowa. If you ask them about Iowa football, what are they going to say? Their offense sucks. It's a joke. That's what they're going to say, because I've encountered these people that otherwise have no idea who Iowa played last week, what their record is, but they know that the offense is a joke. So it's been a distraction, and it's taken away from the rest of the team. So they did print the statement here by Getz. It's not my practice to be involved in assistant coaching decisions, and the AD should not be typically, and certainly not to make public such a change during the season. Our priority is to put all our student athletes in the best position to have both short-term and long-term success on and off the field. Our football team is a group of outstanding young men and talented athletes who at 6-2 have a lot to play for. As a former athlete, I know every opportunity to put on the jersey is a cherished one. And then just the litany of absurd statistics and how bad the offense has been. It was longtime AD Gary Barta, who crafted this so-called drive to 325. That would be the total number of points in which Brian Ferentz and the Iowa, not the offense, but the entire team. So this isn't even necessarily an offense goal. It's an offense goal and stipulation in the contract that would be supplemented by the defense and the special team scoring for the offense. And they still can't reach it. They are 44 points behind right now. So if for this decision to have been made at this point, you got to think that Beth Getz, the interim AD, thought this was ridiculous and a charade from the beginning. It just took not meeting the goal, falling woefully behind on this goal, plus she hears the national media, she hears the local media, she hears the fans. Even if she doesn't partake in it firsthand, it's brought to her. And she thought, I bet she thought immediately, initially, when she took the job, this is stupid. But you don't immediately change a decision that was just instituted and pull the trigger on something like that. You let it play out. You see, okay, where is this going to go? And if Iowa averages 32 points per game, then it becomes a non-factor, a non-issue. And maybe our offense, because we've got a new veteran quarterback, is going to be better substantially. But as this just grew worse and worse and worse and worse, to pull the plug on a contract stipulation before the season's over at this point speaks volumes to how stupid this idea was. You know, listen to Get's statement back in August. The way this was structured is unique. She's saying this in August before 1 point scored. It's going to create a lot of chatter. She knew at that point it was stupid. Read between the lines. She's being kind. She's being politically correct, you know, to say the structure is unique and it's going to create a lot of chatter. That means it's stupid and it's going to cause a distraction. So how do we allow for that and understand it is what it is? Meaning this happened before I got here. I inherited this situation in this stupid contract. That's the agreement in place. So let's just focus on what we're doing. You beat another team by beating them by 1 or a tenth of a second. Pick your sport. That's how these people are wired. So she's basically saying, I inherited this, so we're going to go with it. But if this was not a public situation, if this was some track coach and nobody paid attention, then she would allow this to play out for the season. This person, Brian Ferentz, reports directly to Beth Getz, so she has to deal with this. Look at this. She had to review she's the AD anyway. She's reviewing contracts all over the place and job goals, but this is a person who reports directly to her. So, and it's the most public and the most highly publicized individual who reports to her. So she's thrown this contract, and I think she was pretty forthright while still being professional and respectable in letting us know back in August what she thought of this contract. Iowa is well below the 25 points per game standard. They're at 19.5. They're ranking 118th nationally in scoring offense. And again, that's not scoring offense. That's scoring. That term scoring offense should be taken off. It's not scoring offense. It's scoring. It's not scoring defense. Well, to a certain extent, it's scoring defense / special teams. Well, a pick six is actually scoring against the offense. So these are team scoring figures. And again, it's even worse than it appears in print. The ineptitude of the offense is even worse than the statistics would show, especially in scoring. Last in yards per game. The next worst is 26 yards per game ahead of them through 8 games. That's 180 80 or 90 yards better overall. To be fair, they lost their starting quarterback, Cade McNamara. They lost two excellent tight ends in Luke Lachey and Eric All, and they had running back room injuries throughout. But again, it's not like Brian Ferentz has been producing decent offenses, then all of a sudden they get hit with injuries this year, and you could make that excuse to say, well, this is the result of injuries. Some of it's the result of injuries, but they were hitting this awful standard before that. Since 2017, that's when Brian Ferentz took the job, Iowa ranks 98th nationally in scoring. And again, I can about guarantee that the defense has contributed to that scoring, both directly by returning fumbles, scoop and scores, pick sixes, but also more so field position given to the offense has contributed to that much more than practically any defense or possibly any defense in the country. But the offense has averaged just 20.4 since the start of the 2021 season. Oh, Brian Ferentz has made a statement. I did not see this. He made this to ESPN's Pete Thamel, says, for the vast majority of his adult life, I've had the privilege to represent the University of Iowa as a player and coach. He's considered it an honor in that my singular goal has been to contribute to the football team's success. As long as I'm employed by the University of Iowa, my stated goal will not change. My priority will continue to be the well-being of our students and the success of our team. Yeah, again, this is not a personal thing in any such way. This is just business. This is a highly publicized, promoted business. So this is not somebody failing at their job, working at the grocery store behind, at a cash register where they need further training. And you feel bad for the person because they're making $15 an hour. So let's keep them around, even though they're failing at their job, and see if we can find a job for them in the deli or the produce department. No, we're talking about somebody who's being paid exorbitant amounts of money. I don't know that there's a person watching me right now or listening to us that is earning as much money as Brian Ferentz. I'm not saying that I should be. I'm just saying that the standards have to be extremely high. And the standards for him in this offense, I don't even know what they were. They were 25 points per game, 91st in the country last year. And again, that's with getting more help from the defense and special teams than any team in the country. So all he had to do is produce an offense that was like one of the 20 worst offenses. So I feel bad for him in the sense that I think he did his best, but he was not up to this job. He doesn't have the qualifications. He does not have the creativity, the ingenuity. He doesn't know enough about. Does he know football? Of course he knows football. He's a football coach. He's a good football coach. He should be coaching somebody's offensive line somewhere or tight ends. But he's not an offensive coordinator. Maybe he could work into that position at some point somewhere. And I blame Kirk Ferentz for this situation. That's who I blame. That doesn't mean he's not an exceptional coach. He's an exceptional coach. He's really good at what he does, and he's a fine human being for all that I can gather. I don't know him personally, but I hear he's just the salt of the earth. He's a great human being, and he's a great football coach. But he created this situation. If I were a head football coach somewhere, especially at a Power 5, especially at a successful Power 5, depending on your standard for success, they're not winning championships, but they're a top 25 program. And I wanted to provide a place for my son to work himself up through the industry, to develop his skills, to make contacts, I would do everything I could for my son, in this case, one of my children, my son, to excel eventually, but he would have to prove himself. I would not hire him unless he was going to be an analyst or something, but I would not put this kind of responsibility. And I know that Brian Ferentz is obviously not 27 years old. I think he's in his mid 40s, I believe, to 50, something in that range. I would not put my son in this place. I would not. I blame Kirk Ferentz. You don't put yourself and you don't put your son in this position. This is not like running the family business that nobody cares about publicly, running the hardware store. This is a position that is paid a ton of money, and the results and the performance are viewed by millions of people every week. And you are being paid by state money, tax money. So you are accountable to the citizens of Iowa. You don't do that. You don't put yourself in that position. You don't put your child in that position. You have so much power and so many contacts in the industry. You pick up the phone, you call random G5 school, you find out you have a zillion contacts out there, and you get your son placed at an appropriate level with the industry. He should be the offensive line coach at Appalachian State. And then if he does well there and he can ascend to another position, he becomes the offensive coordinator there, and so forth and so on. And as he proves himself, then he's able to work himself up through the ranks. That's what you do for your son in this position. You don't give him the job that's over his head that everyone in the world can see his failings. All right. We've got a call coming in from David.
Yes, to the man that gives college football its voice. Boy, I thought nepotism was going to pay off, in Iowa City. I'm wondering if Kirk has like a brother-in-law that he's looking into, or a nephew or somebody that he's going to promote as the next offensive coordinator. As I told you, I just thought it would have been fascinating had the punt return stood up. Now, I doubt they could have made it, but I think they could have had a very good chance at 11-1, like we had talked about before. And
Sure.
but the contract is the contract. I mean, he had to achieve that status to keep his job. Now, I think that they could have also used some underlying circumstances. I mean, they did lose their quarterback, obviously. They did lose their two tight ends. Although I think you'd have to say, Mark, even if those guys were healthy, they probably were never going to meet this standard.
Well, the point I made a few minutes ago is that, number one, this offense is so horrific that with the quarterback and the tight ends, they would be better, no doubt. They
Yes.
lost two NFL tight ends and a serviceable, functional quarterback. But it's not like they have been performing at a strong level in previous years, and this is just because of injuries. This is the same offensive output that they've had year after year after year.
Yeah, I think that I had thought that they could level up a little bit better offensively just at quarterback play this year, because I agree with most people that McNamara was an upgrade over Petrus. Although anything's an upgrade over Petrus, you could probably find a Mac quarterback that's an upgrade over him. But I had my doubts that what was it was it 20 something they had to average a game? What was the I'm sorry, it's escaping me now.
25.
Yeah, 20. I knew it was. I thought it was. I didn't know it was like 24. Okay, it's 25.
25 even.
With that schedule, and that's why I thought with their schedule it was doable for them to get to 9-3 this year, and I still think they can get to 9-3.
Well, they've lost two games,
but
so they can get to 10-2.
What's interesting to me now is Nebraska. Right. I'm just saying. I think there's another loss in there, Mark. Just in my own personal
there possibly is. There probably is. But yeah, they could have been 11-1 easily. They should only have one loss right now, despite their offense. I think we've got a long delay working here.
You went over the call and. No, can you hear me okay, Mark?
I can hear you. I just think we're delayed by a long stretch of time here.
Can you hear me? Yeah, is
David,
that from my end, Mark?
Why don't you
Is that
out
better?
and come back in? Why don't you cut out and come back in, and we'll see if we can get in sync, because it's difficult to have a conversation with the lag. Thanks, David.
All right, Mark. I'll try and call back. Yeah. Bye-bye.
All right. Man, we haven't had James in here forever. Look at James showing up here. Looks like Cheryl's here. My goodness. Where's Cheryl? Hi, Cheryl. How are you? It's been a long time. I hope everything's good with you. James is here. This must be like an old timer show tonight on the Big Ten Live show. Great to have James. Great to have Cheryl. I am guessing that they are the two longest standing subscribers that are in the chat currently. That's what I'm going to guess. So we will talk anything Big Ten with all of you. Again, I posted a segment on this whole Brian FERENTZ situation and was just kind of going through all of that. I applaud Beth Getz, the interim AD, for righting a wrong, for doing a difficult thing. That can't be easy. She had to pull in Kirk Ferentz and Brian Ferentz. She's been at this school for, 6 months? And she then had to pull in Brian Ferentz, Kirk Ferentz, and the school president into a meeting and basically lay out, I'm not responsible for this contract. I tried to stay with it, but you are not meeting the expectations of this contract. But more importantly, this has become such a distraction and has become its own just creature unto itself that we can't put our team through this. We can't put our fans and everyone through this, and we are not meeting expectations, so we have to make changes. I wonder what had to happen between the last game, which was against Minnesota Saturday, the previous Saturday. So we're looking at 10 days, and now, because I thought maybe we would have been in a position where the Minnesota game happens, Beth Getz is already thinking, I'm about to look for a position for an opportunity to do something about this, that she pulls everyone together maybe the Sunday or Monday after the Minnesota game a week ago, gets this done going into a bye week, that they can get a new OC in place for the next game. So maybe she had some kind of resistance there. I don't know. Maybe they really had to pour over this between her and the school president. There could have been some resistance there coming from some direction. All right. So any calls on the Iowa coaching situation, certainly give me a ring. The link is in the chat. The link's also in the description section. Iowa's had 3 offensive coordinators under Kirk Ferentz since 1999. That would be Ken O'Keefe, Greg Davis, and Brian Ferentz. O'Keefe voluntarily left Iowa's staff for the Miami Dolphins after the 2011 season, and Davis retired from coaching after the 2016 campaign. All right, let's take a call. Here at the Voice of College Football, we got Michael on the line. Michael, what's going on?
Hey, Mark, how you doing today, sir?
I am doing well. What's the good word?
Trying to stay warm. It's cold.
I know. I'm starting to get cold, too. Don't like it.
Not bad. Purdue dropped one Saturday. They should have won that. When was the last time a team had 5 turnovers, lost the ball 4 times, and they still won a game?
Lost 5 turnovers and still won the game. I can't answer that question off the top of my head. What comes to mind is Ohio State committing 4 turnovers and losing the turnover battle 4-0 in the 2015 national championship game and still winning by 3 touchdowns.
Yeah.
That game comes to mind, but that was 4. They still won by 3 touchdowns against the second best team in the country.
That was crazy. I don't know if you've seen any of the Nebraska game or not Saturday, but I mean, like,
I saw a little bit.
first play of the game, they fumble. I think, okay, Purdue's going to go down and march down, stuff like that, right? Nope. What happens? It's 3 and out. I don't know, man. Purdue, I'll probably end up maybe 4-8 this year. Maybe. But the injury bug is starting to remind me of 2019. I mean 2018. No, excuse me. 2019 with when Purdue was hit by the injury bug.
Yeah.
So I don't know. And then people thinking stuff like I think they'll be a lot better and stuff. But you gotta see what happens.
You think they're going to be a lot better when? Next year?
Next year.
Well, their record may not reflect it because their schedule, I can just about guarantee, is going to be more difficult.
Well, I mean, so you're saying it might be a few years before Purdue goes to the bowl game again?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that if we look at Purdue's 2023 schedule, I guarantee it's tougher than this schedule because everybody has a tougher schedule starting next season. And for some teams, it's substantially tougher.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So think about it this way, Michael. As soon as I can find it, think about it this way. All right, I'm looking at the... can I find a decent site here? There we go. Okay, so here's the schedule for next season. You've got in the Big Ten. Oh my goodness. Outside the Big Ten, you've got Notre Dame and Oregon State.
Yeah.
Ryan Walters is probably thinking, what did I do to deserve this?
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Purdue's got Oregon State and Notre Dame next year. Wow. Okay.
But do you think Oregon State will be just as good next year as they are this year?
I haven't not studied their personnel to know who's leaving, but I got to think they're going to be close to it.
Yeah.
All right, let's look at the schedule here. Illinois, Indiana, Michigan State, Ohio State, Nebraska, Northwestern, Oregon, Penn State, and Wisconsin. So right out of the gate, how many teams out of the current Big Ten West? Illinois, Nebraska, Northwestern, Wisconsin. So that's 4. So you're missing Iowa and
Minnesota.
Minnesota. Okay.
In Nebraska.
No, you've got Nebraska.
Okay.
You're missing Iowa and Minnesota.
Yep.
So instead of playing Iowa and Minnesota, you might as well say you're playing Oregon and... Oh, I guess you only have one. You only have one Pac-12 team.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, you got 2 next year. Well, no. Never mind. I mean, I keep forgetting
that are going to be
Oregon's going to be part of the Big Ten next year.
That are going to be Big Ten teams. You only have one. So you got Oregon.
Yeah.
Most teams in the Big Ten have 2 that they have to play. So you only have 1. So instead of playing 3 teams in the Big Ten East, the current East, you're playing 4, which would be Indiana, Ohio State, Penn State,
and Michigan State.
Michigan State. Yeah, you're playing Ohio State and Penn State and Oregon next year. This schedule is exceedingly more difficult.
Mm-hmm. I just don't want it to be the Darrell Hazel era again.
Well, I don't want that for you.
Because that was the darkest days of Purdue football in a long time. And stuff like even with Club. But Club had close to a couple 500 seasons. But I mean, with Purdue and stuff like that, I mean, like, the injury bug this year hit Purdue and stuff like that. Just found out today that 2 of their key off D50 players are done for the year. They're not going to be able to come back and play the rest of the year and stuff like that. But I don't know. Maybe, I don't know what it could be this year. It's just a transition period. But no, I'm with like Walters, man. I hope I didn't give myself more than I can chew. But like I said, we'll see what happens.
Oh, gotcha. Well, Michael, anything else?
Yeah, that deal for Iowa is a few years too long. But now I've read, and I'm not sure if you read before, but Dan Kirk say that if anything happens to Brian, that I'll be leaving shortly after, which makes me think that this might be his last season in Iowa City.
It would not surprise me, although an estimated $40 million would be left on the table by him opting out of his contract early.
Yep. And then if that is to happen, I see a lot of people wanting Bob Stoops. I don't know if Stoops would want to come back, though, would he?
I don't think he wants to. I think their best shot with Bob Stoops would be, if I'm running the show and I'm approaching Bob Stoops, I would appeal to his pride as an alum, and I would appeal to his possible desire and willingness to prepare somebody else, to prep and ready the successor. So I would let him know, okay, we want this to be about a 3-year plan. So just for 3 years, we want you for 3 years, and we will be on the lookout for your successor and to bring in your successor and for you to groom them.
Okay.
Well, that's what I would do.
Maybe what about Lance Leopold from Kansas?
He would be a great addition.
Well, that's what I'm thinking too, and stuff like that. All right, sir. I know you got other callers waiting. Plus, I know you're anxiously waiting Game 3 tonight.
Yeah, maybe I'll check out a little bit of Game 3. I watched a little bit of Game 1. I saw the walk-off home run. I missed all of Game 2, and I was just on the phone for a long time with my son right before the show here, and he was telling me we were trading baseball numbers and statistics and stories and talking about the World Series and having a good old baseball conversation.
Oh, that's nice. All right.
It was nice.
Yep, not bad. So is that your pullover? Is that just like a windbreaker, or is that a regular
this?
jacket? Yes.
Jacket.
All right. And stuff like that. Because with winter coming around, would you recommend that for someone who needs it for winter, or is it just like for cool days and stuff like that?
Well, I wear it in the winter, but that's me. It's not a winter jacket. It's thick. It's not a windbreaker. It's a fairly thick jacket, but it's not a winter jacket at all. But I love this jacket. You probably can tell because I wear it all the time. As soon as it gets a little bit cooler, I sit here and wear it all the time. I love this jacket. I have a red one, but I'm not really into red, even though it's my favorite color, not to wear as a jacket. So I really like the black and the
So is it on the website? Because last time I looked, I didn't see it on there.
We'll look for it. I will jump on right after this.
No, I mean, I'll look.
Our next caller, I'll look for it.
No, you're fine. I was just wondering. All right, I get you going because the bell's going off the oven, so that means dinner's ready.
Dinner. Got to go get dinner.
All right.
Take care of that. Mark. Thank you, Michael.
Yep.
I'm guessing we've got people in here with about 150 or 60 on the line thinking, with all this stuff going on in the Big Ten, you're talking about Purdue's injury problems, really? You got a situation where we've got a college football playoff ranking released for the first time tomorrow night. Is Ohio State going to be number one? Is Michigan going to be number one? We've got Brian Ferentz finally dismissed at Iowa. We've got a full schedule of games, of course, coming up. And we've got this Michigan scandal that won't go away. Or Michigan fans hope it goes away. But we're talking about Purdue. But that's what we do. It's a Big Ten live show. If we get 18 consecutive calls about Rutgers, Illinois, Northwestern, and Purdue, that's who we're going to talk about. All right. Let's get back to David. He has called us back. David, what's going on?
All right. Is this better, Mark?
Perfect.
We communicating?
I'm actually seeing the words and the lip movement line up with the sounds. That's good. I'm not watching.
All right. I think I may have accidentally tapped mute button. It could have been that. Also could have been a mistake there. Okay. Actually, maybe it was Fort made a good point. Maybe it was Harbaugh tapping into my headset, or that Connor the Stallions. You know,
they don't want you on here.
No. They're putting out an APB. They want my presence off the your largest fan base. Not exactly a big fan of my calls, I think, from time to time. You know, I hear some negativity out there in the chat when I chime in.
Yeah.
Oh, well, I'm sorry. You know, my heart bleeds for that program, Mark. Have I told you that before?
I've just been able to sense that.
Yeah. I hope you pick up on that because I'm laying it on awfully thick. In any case, Mark, by the way, anything to read into notice that he didn't get offered a contract today. Mr. Harbaugh? Didn't they take that contract off the table?
Oh, I
from
think
what
there's something to read into that.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yes.
Poor Jimmy. He had to take a pay cut just when he's about to get a new contract for them, and all that respect and gratitude that he, was, well, he thought he was deserved. They take it off the table for him, huh?
Yes, but he will not comment on that. And
Sure.
yes, I think that tells us a whole lot.
Yeah, I would imagine there's going to be a whole lot of no commenting up there for a while, right, Mark? A whole lot of no
Well,
commenting.
I was a bit surprised and should have known what I was getting into when I saw the YouTube video from today's news conference that said Jim Harbaugh responds to NCAA allegations and investigation. And I thought, really? He responded to it? Of course he didn't. I watched 5 minutes of nothing.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, they're going to stay tight-lipped. They're going to hope that this thing runs its course. Nothing comes down until after the season, and they'll deal with it then. That's their best hope here. That's their only play here, Mark, at least as I can decipher.
And their only play and best hope is that there's no connection to their head coach.
Right, who I'm sure is planning his exit strategy as we speak. Oh, he's packing a parachute, Mark. You know that.
Well, he's not going to starve if he's unemployed for a season.
No, he's all right. He's not going to be he's not going to be wanting for food. That's for sure. No, I'm with you on that. And I'm not saying he can't find an NFL job. Lord knows there's probably going to be some openings after this season. There usually is.
Oh yeah.
So, speaking of openings, I did want to comment on this game real quick, and just real quick, because did you watch most of the Penn State Indiana game, or some of it at least, or see?
Yeah, I watched quite a bit. Yes.
Okay. Did you notice at the end of that game that is it me, or does Tom Allen just not want to win football games?
I had this conversation with somebody right after the game or late that night that you get an interception. If this is what you're pointing to, this is the first thing that comes to mind for me, is that you're down 24-21. You get an interception in prime field position.
Right.
You've got everything going in your direction, and you choose to run the ball 3 times and kick a field goal when you can seize you. And there's less than 3 minutes left in the game. So you're going to put, if you can score a touchdown, you're going to put Drew Aller back on the field after throwing his first career interception, with all the heat that he's been feeling, with the ineffectiveness of the offense that day, having to drive the length of the field and needing to score a touchdown to beat you.
Right.
But you settle for a field goal.
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing to me because I watch their games, and I think he sometimes just plays not to get embarrassed or just to keep games close. I think he must know the writing on the wall is. I mean, there's no way he keeps his job at the end of the season.
Well,
He's got, yeah, I mean,
I don't agree with that approach,
Really?
but I understand that approach. If it's 17-0 in the second quarter and you can't win this game, and you're thinking, I don't want to lose 54-0. So let's keep it within a few. But he cannot lose embarrassingly at that point. There's under 3 minutes left in the game, and he can pull off a major upset, a
Right.
32-point underdog.
Yeah, I mean, I always thought that line was ridiculous, by the way. I think I saw it at either 31 or 31.5 or something like that. And I'm like, are you serious? It would have helped me if I would have taken that line this weekend, considering. Did you do okay on picks this weekend, Mark, or how'd you do?
No, 10-9 against the spread, 15-4 money line.
How did our guy Steve Merrill do? Is he still
it's funny
rocking
that
and
you bring
rolling?
that up. Do you know what his confidence pick was? His under the radar?
No.
Penn State laying 32.
Are you serious?
Yes, I was awfully surprised to hear that. I thought,
Wow.
out of all these games in college football, that's your confidence pick. But who am I to argue with his record?
Yeah. I mean, like I said, take him to Vegas. You probably make a ton of dough. All right, I want to get to the Buckeyes here, Mark, before I talk a little bit of playoffs. You watch most of the game or parts of it, or
Watched it all.
Watched it all. Okay. First of all,
I'm an Ohio State fan, by the way, David.
Well, yeah, but you're also an overall college football fan, and I thought maybe you've got to monitor a lot of college
Well,
football
that
games
yes, that
to,
has pulled me away from watching some Ohio State games
you
in the
know.
last couple of years, but those have been against the likes of the, dregs of the Big Ten.
Oh, okay, or when they're playing the MAC school or something like that.
Yeah,
Okay, I get that.
watched every play.
Okay. First of all, let's get to a comparison that's commonly been made by some Buckeye fans. What do you think about this team being compared to 02?
Okay, you can make some comparisons there. You can make a lot of comparisons there. They had a better offensive line in 2002. That offensive line was better, but style of play, especially adjusted for the era,
Yeah.
okay. Somebody brought up a comparison between Craig Krenzel's stats and Kyle McCord the other day, and I said, wait a minute. Maybe if you had some kind of adjusted stats, but I don't think you're going to be happy with Kyle McCord throwing 10 interceptions this year because he's
Well,
going to have to throw 7 more
right.
or complete 55% of his passes. So, yeah, but, one big running back, although Claret and Henderson are very different style
Yeah.
backs.
Yeah.
We could use Ohio State could use Maurice Claret this season.
Well, I was going to comment on that. Henderson has looked good so far, Mark. I mean, he was over 100 yards against Notre Dame. He was over 160, this weekend. He caught the ball out of the backfield. I think you're closer to seeing the freshman year Travion Henderson. And people forget the guy had 1,300 yards as a freshman. That's not bad as a freshman. I mean, last I checked.
He did. Yeah. I've been a little hard on him. A little bit, a little bit rough, a little bit critical. So I will back off. He has come through, and he is not working with the best run blocking offensive line on the planet for sure.
I mean, I would say as far as that comparison, I think that comparison is being made more because of the defense. To a certain extent, people are comparing McCord
Sure.
to Krenzel. I think there are differences there. I mean, Krenzel could scramble a little bit. I still think McCord is a more accurate passer than Krenzel, and I think the numbers are going to eventually bear that out. I mean, Krenzel wasn't throwing the ball nearly this much in football games as McCord is
No.
throwing it this year too. And your best offensive player on that team was a running back, and as good as Michael Jenkins is, he's not Marvin Harrison Jr., and that's not even close. I think just overall, I think this team has better offensive weapons. Better at receiver. And, I think this team, win whole, has 3 really good offensive weapons in Ibuka, Harrison, and Henderson.
Yeah, although that team did have NFL wide receivers. Jenkins had a really nice career.
Right.
And, Chris, what did you have? You had Gamble, of course, played a lot at wide receiver. Holmes was on the roster, didn't play.
No.
Chris Vance played quite a bit. I'm trying to think. I'm missing somebody there. Who am I
They
missing?
did have a decent
Vance.
Decent
Gamble,
tight end too. Both teams had
Hartsock.
Hartsock and Stover.
Sure. I'd give the nod to Stover as a pass receiver.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I think there are some similarities, but I still think the top end of this offense, especially when the overall playmakers are better. But what are your thoughts overall on this defense, Mark? You haven't commented on it much this year. Just overall as a defense, top to bottom. I mean, they're only giving up 10 points a game.
I have no issues with the defense, and that doesn't mean they're perfect, but I think that they are strong on all 3 levels. I know that we talked earlier in the season about the linebackers taking a bit of a step back, but I think they've strung together a couple good games now. And I think they're playing better. I thought Tommy Eichenberg had a really good game on Saturday night against Wisconsin. I love the secondary. I do think that Davison Igbinosun is a bit like I understand that they don't want to play with his style of play, but they need to better instruct him going forward. And maybe that's an off-season project, but he could be technically a better player, but he's a good player and he's worth having out there. He's a ball hawk, and I don't mean that from the standpoint of making interceptions, but he recovers fumbles certainly. Yeah, I think the defense is really good. I love Tyleik Williams. I think
Yeah.
from week to week, he's probably the best player on the defense. That doesn't mean he's the most talented or is going to make the biggest plays, but he is consistently a force every week.
Is Tuamaloa finally living up to expectations, Mark? I know everybody. See, a lot of people want to compare people to Chase Young or Bosa. Just because you're not Chase Young or Bosa doesn't mean you're not a really good football player.
Yeah.
And to me, he's a really good football player.
Yeah.
You know, it's, you know, like people compare Travion Henderson to Zeke or Dobbins. Just because he's not Zeke or Dobbins doesn't mean he's not a really good running back. You know what I mean? It's some of these are.
And JTT is more of a run enforcer at his position. He's more of an all-around defensive end than just pure speed pass rusher.
Yeah. Yeah, I've been really, really happy with the defense so far. And Burke actually gives him a really good shutdown corner too, Mark.
Yep.
So, as I say, I don't think there's a lot of holes there. At least I haven't seen many of them. I don't know. Did you have a thought there, Mark?
Yeah, my thoughts are that that they have one of the best defenses in the country until proven otherwise. I think they're playing well all over the place. Jordan Hancock's playing well. Josh Proctor's having a really good year.
Yeah, I think top to bottom it's been really good, and give Knowles credit for adjusting the scheme too. You know, as well. You know, playing some off coverage, not allowing them, you know, to not get beat deep and give up the chunk plays that they gave up a year ago. Want to get to the playoff rankings, Mark. I'm going to give you my top 6. Now, I know you do your top 25. That makes sense. But if we could just get your opinion on how you think that the rankings will shake down from the playoff committee. And you may have already given your opinion. I'm going to give mine, and then I want to hear yours. Okay. So let's go top 6. Okay.
Okay.
Let's stick with top 6. I think it's got to be Washington 6, Oregon 5. Oh, no, I'm going to go. No, it's got to be the other way. It's got to be Oregon 6, Washington 5, because they played. Although, you know, I feel the same way about Washington, Oregon as I feel about Texas and Oklahoma. I think that when those two teams play again, I think the loser is going to win. Now, that's providing that yours is healthy for Texas. But I think in a rematch, I think Texas beats Oklahoma, just as I think Oregon beats Washington in a rematch. I don't know what your thoughts are on that.
Well, I think that a lot of people were way too hard on Oregon after they lost to Washington. To me, that's a coin flip game. They went to Seattle. They played despite every coaching decision imaginable, backfiring on Dan Lanning.
Yep.
Some of them questionable that I did criticize. Others I just thought were a decision that he chose to be aggressive, and they backfired and they miss a field goal at the gun. They basically played an overtime game on the road at Washington. I picked Oregon to win the Pac-12 this year. I think they have the best team, and I think that's proving itself out. And they had a dominant win against Utah on the road in Rice-Eccles. But I am going to honor the head-to-head, both in my rankings and if I was a playoff committee member. So I would give Washington the nod. But in terms of who do I think is better, I believe Oregon's better.
See, I'm sticking with my guy, Mark. You know, I was on the Washington bandwagon way back when we talked in August, my friend. I had him as a playoff team then, and I'm going to stick with them. But I don't doubt what you say. I've obviously already said it. I mean, for, you know, Oregon to lose that game through some bad coaching decisions by only, you know, a few points on Washington's field leads me to believe maybe otherwise when they meet again.
You've seen Washington play the last 3 weeks, right?
Yeah, and that also gives me a lot of pause too, and has really maybe torpedoed my guy Michael Penix's Heisman campaign.
I hope it has.
Yeah, well,
I've got nothing against him, but it should.
Yeah, I mean, because it was as high as it could be, and you know, after the Oregon game, and now it's completely gone in the Rangoon dumper, I think, Mark. in any case, I'll get to the top 4. I think they're fairly easy. I'm going to go Florida State at 4. I'm going to go the team up north 3, Georgia 2, and Ohio State 1.
Okay.
What do you think it'll be, and what do you think it should be? Well, if you can divorce yourself from the way you look at it to just the way
Yes.
the playoff committee is going to do it, Mark.
I hopefully just did that. So I tried to spit them out here and write them down before you could spit them out. So I wasn't influenced by your pecking order. So I believe the committee is going to reveal Oregon 6, Washington 5, Florida State 4, Michigan 3, Ohio State 2, Georgia 1.
Okay. And the rationale with Georgia 1, you're just saying based on the fact that they're the defending champs. You think that just holds water?
I hope it doesn't. I hope that has nothing to do with it. But based on what the committee does, they largely stay with the current season, but they do take into account, okay, this is personnel that has won national championships. So
Right.
I'm sure that that's discussed and that's part of it. They take everything into consideration, whether they're honest with us or not. They take it into consideration to different degrees based on the team and what they want to spit out. But I do think that there is validity to these players have won national championships. And I also think that there is a recency bias. So they don't rank a schedule like I do. They don't rank the team based on every data points exactly the same. If you're improving and progressing, they're going to give you credit for that. And Georgia's last 3 games throughout the Vandy game, they shot out to a lead, they coasted. But the last 2 times that they were playing decent opponents were against Kentucky and Florida, and they showed great improvement and they dominated, controlled those games.
Okay. I tend to agree. By the way, how much do you think they're going to be tested in the next few weeks? I.e. Missouri, Knoxville, these games coming up, Mark?
I think they're not going to be walks in the park, but I don't think they're going to be taken down to a final drive by either one of those teams.
I wouldn't. And by the way, I don't have a problem with either way. I mean, obviously, we all know everything is going to sort itself out here, Mark. I will say
It is?
Well,
I hate that statement. That's one of my.
Well, you are so pro chaos. You should have a T-shirt made up saying pro chaos, Mark. That's the world you live in, and I get it.
Do you know who I tweeted out on Saturday? And it was funny that she responded.
Connor Stallions. No.
Well, oh, by the way, I did. So everyone knows this. I looked up Connor Stallions on Twitter. Yes. I was about 99.8% sure that this was not Connor Stallions, but there was no way to know. And this person had pictures of Connor Stallions. So I contacted this individual and asked them on the show, and they agreed, which also made me skeptical since he's still employed by Michigan. He's under a gag order. There's no question. So I traded emails with this individual, and this is what I was expecting. At first, I thought if I could prove that this is Connor Stallions or anyone that I contact is Connor Stallions, I'll bring them on, and I would love to do a live interview with them. But if I have an inkling or any doubt, then I'll record it.
Right.
And if this guy moons me or whatever, it's just recorded. It's just recorded. Who cares? And then I can either choose to get rid of it, or I can make a big spoof viral video out of it. So that's what I was hoping, because I was thinking there's no way this guy's Connor Stallions.
Right.
So they never showed up.
Imagine that.
I had to record. And so then I reached out to the next person. I thought, okay, could this be Connor Stallions? And their Twitter account looked much more legit. A lot of pro Michigan stuff, a lot of stuff that sounded kind of insider, and a lot more followers. So the tip off the first time was I look at their follower account and it's only like 50. And I'm thinking there's got to be tons of people out there that would just be following Connor Stallions just to do it.
Right.
There are these great surges in popularity when somebody becomes an instant celebrity. But the second person had at least a couple thousand followers or something. So anyway, to make a long story short, this person came to me and they DM'd me to say, you know what, Mark, I'm not Connor Stallions, and I have too much respect for you to try to pull it off. I know who you are. I watch your show. I like it. So I'm not Connor Stallions. And I said, well, you could have went along with the gag because I was protecting myself. So, but I appreciate you being honest and respectful.
What about our buddy Dace? He's got to use his TTUN connections up there. He's all dialed in up there. You figure, if anybody could pull it off, it's your homeboy Dace, that he might be able to get him on his podcast. Although that would be an interesting interview. I'd give anything to see Dace interview Connor Stallions. I'll tell you what, I might pay money for that one, Mark.
You wouldn't pay money to see me interview Connor Stallions?
For entertainment value, that interview would have so much entertainment value. I mean, I could see it getting a ton of clicks. I really could,
Of
Mark.
course it would.
I mean, let's be real.
That's one of the reasons I pursued Connor Stallions. Yeah, I'm not going to get the number of clicks that Dace is going to get interviewing Connor Stallions, but I still just put Connor Stallions on a video and say exclusive interview.
I'm telling you, Mark, if you get him on, he's going to be under like that covering, like they do with the mob people. They're in black, in chat, or that they got to do something with the voice where you can't make out what they're saying and all that. You're right though. He's lawyered up right now. He's with Henry Hill somewhere in Arizona or something.
I don't know if Dace is paying any attention. He probably he shouldn't, and he has much more important things to deal with. But
it's true.
He is dealing with all sorts of my goodness, the comments that have come in response to our last conversation.
Wow. That's one for the books. So we get playoff rankings tomorrow night then, right, Mark?
Yes, and we're going to watch them all here together.
Okay. By the way, let me ask you throw out one thing. Is Oregon one loss still more attractive than Texas one loss?
Meaning, should Oregon be ranked higher? Because are you talking about that?
I'm saying if it shakes out, okay,
yeah,
where Texas beats a 11-1 Alabama team at Alabama,
yeah,
ends up beating an 11-1 Oklahoma team in the Big 12 title game,
yeah,
and winning their conference with only one loss,
yep,
and Oregon does likewise and wins their conference with one loss. In that instance, let's say it shakes out that way. Who's more attractive to the playoff?
Okay, if you want to gravitate to what most people do, and that's the big wins and the one loss, if there is one,
yeah,
then that goes slightly Texas's way. But Oregon will have played in a tougher conference against better teams.
Those are two great data point victories, Mark. Especially if Alabama goes 11-1 and Oklahoma goes 11-1.
I know they are, but I know that Oregon's played a better schedule.
That's true. That'd be close, though. That'd be a close one. So, all right, Mark, are you going to do a live thing then tomorrow after the rankings come out?
No, we're doing a watch party.
Oh, just a watch party.
We're going to watch it together. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't know if you were doing a call in afterwards or not.
Yeah, then we'll take calls.
Okay, cool.
Absolutely.
All right, my friend. Always a pleasure. Love the jacket. Looking good.
Thank you, David. I appreciate it.
Take care.
Yes, Tuesday night, we're going to do what we've done like 3 years, 4 years. This might be the 4th year. When the rankings come out, we're going to watch them together. Then we'll take your calls. All right. Appreciate everyone being here. We've got... we got Dr. C here. Yes, Dr. C. What's going on tonight?
Hey, how's it going, Mark?
I'm doing just fine. I'm sorry I couldn't see your name there. What's going on tonight?
No worries. No, I just kind of wanted to ask you 5 random questions in regards to the college football season.
Sure.
Incredibly random, so hopefully that they're incredibly random.
I'm here for randomness.
Perfect. So the first question I have is the biggest college football story no one is talking about but should be.
Ooh. Oh man. these are not exactly rapid fire, are they? That nobody's talking about that everybody should be. I've checked off like 4 stories already because I think somebody's talking about them.
If not, we can go to the next one. It's a
Well,
quicker one.
are people across the nation talking about Clemson? Are they talking about what's wrong with Clemson and why it's wrong and what's going to be done about it?
A few have, but I don't think they're there yet. I think Dabo Sweeney has earned, another year, and to do things, I guess, the way he likes doing them is maybe the only thing that might change as far as like maybe going more outside of the box with his coordinators. What do you think might change for Dabo there?
What's
to
going to
turn
change?
this
I think he's
around?
going to change the coaching staff is what he's going to change. I would expect, I'm going to take a guess here
Mhm.
because I'm not a Clemson expert, but obviously I know what's going on there and I watch the games and I've got my guy, Jason Priester. We have our Clemson record every week. I would guess that they're going to fire the offensive line coach. I'm guessing they're going to make possibly other assistant coach changes. I think the coordinators are both going to stay because the defense is playing well and because the offense was just obviously switched up this past offseason with Garrett Riley. I do think Cade Klubnik will need to prove and play for his job. It's not going to be a given next season. They've got a 5-star in Chris Vizina, who sat on the bench and watched this year, but might be prepared to make a run at the starting job. Here's one for you. Oklahoma State. Oklahoma State was one of the worst football teams in America the first 3 games of the season. And a couple weeks ago, they pulled off an upset as a couple touchdown underdog at home against Kansas State. The first couple wins that they salvaged went way under the radar because they were so horrific before that. Then once they beat Kansas State on national TV on a Thursday or Friday night, they started to gain a little bit of momentum and a little notoriety. And one thing that Mike Gundy said, and he's probably said much more than this, that could gain some attention is basically he treated those non-conference games as preseason games. He couldn't figure out who the quarterback needed to be, who even the starting running back should be, and he used those as a tryout. And they paid the price in the win column, but now they're sitting at 6-2. They are tied for first place. Everybody talks about Texas and Oklahoma, and we just got off the phone with David Greenshield, assuming Texas and Oklahoma are playing in the Big 12 championship game, but they're tied with 3 other teams. There's a 5-way tie for first place in the Big 12, and Oklahoma State is one of those teams. How about that one?
That one's great. What do you think? Bigger turnaround, Oklahoma State or Virginia? I mean, look what they were able to pull off.
They won 1 game.
Yeah, but I mean, Virginia was looking like one of the worst teams in the country.
They're playing much better. They took Miami to overtime. They could have defeated North Carolina and Miami in back-to-back weeks, but I will go with Oklahoma State. They're sitting at 6-2. And they lost to South Alabama by 4 scores in September.
Wow. Yeah, good point. All right. So next question. Who is the most electrifying football player today?
Wow. When you say electrifying, the type of player that I think of Dexter McCluster or
Reggie Bush.
Reggie Bush. I'm thinking of who was the punt returner for the Kansas City Chiefs, Dante Hall. I think of those kind of guys.
Yes.
I think maybe a lot of people watching are thinking more like long, lanky, home run hitter receiver, Marvin Harrison Jr. kind of guy. But when I think electrifying, I think of those kind of guys. I like those kind of guys.
Me too.
Oh shoot, I'm blanking out on so many names. The Oregon kick returner, little running back, DeAnthony Thomas, yes, from
Mhm.
10 years ago. Those kind of guys. The Dontre Wilson, who he was supposed to be at Ohio State. Percy Harvin at
Yeah, I
Florida.
went to Florida.
Yeah. Oh man.
I
Most
haven't
electrifying
seen
player in
anyone.
football.
Yeah, I haven't seen anyone quite in that category. But I've also only seen a couple of teams. Hogs, USC, mainly those games, and a couple. I saw the Texas Alabama, but I haven't picked up on that type of player. Is there one this year? I'm sure there
Okay,
is.
I got your answer. I had to go a little bit out of the box, but not too far outside the box. So everyone's going to know who I'm talking about, but it's not because of everything that we talked about. Most exciting player I've seen this year is Travis Hunter.
Travis Hunter. Yeah, you know what? Yeah. You know
Travis
what?
Hunter
That's
made two
yeah.
plays against UCLA this past Saturday night that were just incredible from an athletic standpoint, from a football knowledge standpoint. He truly baits quarterbacks into interceptions and can leave his man and go play the football. From the time that I saw him on opening day against TCU play 141 snaps, and I thought, I've heard about this guy for 2 years now. Shoot, we got a Florida State show, and he was committed to them for a couple of years. So we talked about Travis Hunter constantly, but I never watched him play a football game. Didn't watch him play at Jackson State. He immediately blew me away. Week 1 against TCU. Travis Hunter, that's your guy. You know who else is a really good player on that team too is Deion Sanders' son, not the quarterback, the DB, Shiloh Sanders. He's a really good player.
I hadn't paid much attention to him because Hunter gets so much of the attention, and of course the quarterback. But I haven't paid attention to the other Sanders.
Yeah, he's probably a better prospect than his brother is.
Oh wow. I'll definitely have to check him out. But I think you're right. Travis Hunter is a great pick. Do you think Travis Hunter could potentially be at the level of just because he played both offense and defense at times? Maybe not so much Woodson. Can he become that guy?
Sure.
That
He's
do you
already
think?
a better offensive player than Charles Woodson.
Yeah. Defensively?
Sure. Absolutely.
Oh wow. High praise, and
it's difficult to forecast anyone to have a Hall of Fame pro football career. But is he as talented as Charles Woodson? Sure. Absolutely.
Nice. That was a great answer. Really enjoyed that one. Let's see. Okay, here's one. If you could pick the Heisman, if you had a vote, and it didn't matter not who's going to win it, but who deserves it, who's the best player in the country, and why is it Brock Bowers?
So, the trophy is going to go to a quarterback. We know that. We're almost positive of that. But that irritates me because it's become the best quarterback in the country, not the best player. And football's the most difficult sport to judge between positions because the positions are so different. It's not like comparing a second baseman and a shortstop or comparing a point guard and a shooting guard. They all do the same things. They just have different responsibilities. So to compare an offensive lineman to a cornerback to a quarterback is nearly impossible. So I just told you, along with Brock Bowers, who is the best player in the country, and the guy that I just mentioned, Travis Hunter, they are the two best players in college football that I can think of right off the top of my head. And I have not really seen a lot of Harold Perkins this year with LSU, but I thought he was the best defensive player in the country last year. But I haven't really watched LSU much after the Florida State game, but I will be watching them Saturday night against Bama. The best quarterback in the country, I thought, to start the season was unquestionably Caleb Williams, and I thought that through the first 3 or 4 weeks. But the quarterback who's playing the best in college football is J.J. McCarthy.
Yeah. But
you just
so
want the best player. Brock Bowers is the best player. I think Travis Hunter has the potential to be the best player, but Bowers has proven it over and over and over and over.
Yeah, you think he'll be invited?
Brock Bowers, well, he's hurt right now.
But do you
so he's probably not going to play maybe the rest of the season, the regular season. So that's going to severely hurt his qualifications.
Yeah. No. I was thinking if he would have been healthy, I think he would have gotten an invitation. Probably ended like 4th or 5th in the voting. But I think he would have got the invitation. Yeah. That's a shame.
Yeah, his stats right now, let me find them, are 41 catches and 4 touchdowns is not going to get him a high. Yes, 41 catches and 4 touchdowns is not going to get him invited to New York.
No, definitely not. Yeah. But man, that what was it? I mean, the guy was NFL ready as a freshman. But I mean, that guy's just such a freak. So yeah, I agree with you on that pick. And then I guess these are kind of like the same kind of related questions, and they'll be easy for you to answer because you do the top 25 that actually makes sense. I want to know who's the most underrated and who's the most overrated team so far.
Ooh, the most overrated team. Let me pull up an AP rankings. I'm about to say a team, but I just want to look here real quick. So I don't know what they're ranked right now because I don't look at the AP rankings, but I'm going to look at them right now. And I'm not just solely going off of this, but it's just going to jog my memory. Where is USC right now? They're down to number 24. I will say that for the bulk of the season that they've been the most overrated team. Most of us have thought, and I will include myself, have looked at USC as a college football playoff contender, and they're not even a good football team. So for most of the season, that would be USC. Overrated. Yeah. Now, James Madison, God bless him, they're 8-0. They shouldn't be in the top 25. Now, if you just want to throw the best group of 5 a bone to be in the top 25, and that's what you do, okay, I understand that sentiment, but they're not one of the 25 best teams in the country. They just do that just to give them some recognition. Your most underrated team, they're starting to get some recognition here, I see, but I'm going to say, just because people can't believe that Missouri and Louisville are that good, that those are probably your 2 most underrated teams in America. You know who else is underrated because they've had a quarterback throw away half their season is UCLA. If they would have had capable quarterback play, they'd probably be 8-0 right now.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, yeah, that's a shame. The other team that I was going to mention is they're second in the SEC right now, the West, Ole Miss. No one is mentioning anything about them.
Yeah. They are number 11. I see in the AP, I have them at number 10, I think. Yeah. So they defeated LSU. They have more on the line Saturday night than just about anyone, meaning if LSU beats Alabama, then Ole Miss is going to have control of the SEC West.
Yeah. I just don't see LSU beating Alabama.
No?
No. I not this year. I think last year it was, the game was amazing, but this year I think LSU is not as good as they were last year from what I've seen.
Yeah, I will most likely pick Alabama to win, but it would not surprise me if LSU did win.
Yeah, it wouldn't be like it'll be an upset, not like a massive, shocking upset, but I don't see I'll be pleasantly surprised if it does happen. But I see Alabama winning that. And I mean, what was it? They have A&M. That's going to be a good game, but you know what? I'm gonna say Texas A&M is going to win that game. It's going to be a really close game.
Yeah, unfortunately for Ole Miss, even if they get what they need, which is an Alabama loss against LSU, and of course they beat LSU head to head, so they would have temporary control of the division. Yeah, they do have this difficult game against Texas A&M. Then the next weekend they go to Georgia.
Yeah.
So they'll probably then lose control of the division.
Yeah, because Alabama beat them, so they have the head-to-head, right? So let's say they win all the games except Georgia, which I just don't see them that happening. Alabama still has the West.
Yes.
Yeah.
The winner of that game has the West. And I will bring up one other team as being overrated, and I'm surprised I'm saying this, but after what we've seen the last 2 weeks, maybe Penn State was overrated.
Man, I don't know. I mean, I guess so. But I mean, their defense definitely is so much fun to watch. Don't you? You know what?
Is loaded with NFL players, high-end NFL players, but they should have kicked Indiana all over the field last weekend.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. For sure. But I mean, it could have also been they lost the game the week prior. Morale may be down. That could happen, and then you're playing Indiana, which you don't really take as a. I mean, Indiana is a horrible team, and like it or not, I'm seeing this more and more often. And I don't know if you picked up on this. It seems like teams are really not excited to play some of these, a bad football team. It seems like this year when a team plays a bad football team, they play bad. It's as if they don't expect the other team to fight or play. Have you noticed that? I've picked up on that from this season more than I have in the past. I may be wrong.
So I will say what I typically say about such statements. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying I don't have any metrics to tell me that that's what's going on, because that happens every season. So I don't know that it's happening anymore this year than any other year. I asked our betting guy, Steve Merrill, this past week. We went live and gave me an opportunity, instead of just combing through these games, to ask him a lot of betting questions and odds type questions. I said, people are telling me almost every day, this is a crazy football season. It's so unpredictable. There are all these crazy upsets. And I said, I keep track of the top 25 games and the point spreads, and there are no more upsets this year than there always are. Actually, there might be less. I went through a couple weekends ago, I went through all the top 25 games every week, and there's usually 4 to 5 upsets, and there's not many upsets this year. So I said, can you tell me if the statistics are backing that this is a crazy college football season and there are more upsets than usual? And he said, no. He really couldn't answer that question. Now you're talking more about just games that are scares, that are close. like
Yeah.
Boston College against Florida
Boston College,
State.
Florida State. Yeah.
But now we've got Indiana, Penn State. We've got Washington and Arizona State. We've got, I don't even know if these are near upsets now. Now that I look at USC playing some of those teams like that, I don't know.
Arizona at one point, I thought was that. Yeah.
They're playing like that against everyone. Oklahoma against UCF. Again, I can't say this for sure, but it would be my guess that if we went to every college football season, we could find just as many close games against marginal teams.
Yeah. I don't know the phenomena because, if you played Florida State, Boston College 10 times, right? 9 out of 8 or 9 of those, well, maybe 7 or 8 times, it'd be a blowout, right?
You would think.
Yeah. I don't know. It really, it doesn't make any sense, honestly. I don't get it.
I'm going to produce videos this week where I'm going to look at every conference and division race in America and try to make sense of it. But there are some really good division races, and one of them is in the ACC, where Florida State should be safe. They're good to go. They only have to win one more game out of their final 2 conference games. But the race for the other championship game spot is crazy. And it's the same thing in the Big Ten Western Division. It's crazy. It's the same thing in the Big 12. It's crazy. You got 5 teams tied for first place. The Pac-12, Oregon, Washington, USC, Utah, UCLA all have a shot. Oregon State have a shot to get into the championship game.
Yeah, and in the Pac-12 and the past years, and I mean, they've had a great season this year, but the Pac-12 more than anyone as I can recall, they seem to all start really hot and then start falling apart, just all over the place, the whole conference, right? I think luckily this year, I think Oregon and Washington, that won't happen to them, but we see the others. USC is a perfect example. Started red hot and then just is hot trash at the moment, unfortunately. I mean, they made Cal look last week like they were playing, Alabama. You would have swore it was Texas or someone like that. That game was horrid. It was tough to watch. Yeah. All right, Mark. Well, I better. Oh, hey. Have you ever made a video on like the top 10 upsets ever?
No. That would be a fun one.
That would be fun.
Yeah. Okay. We'll think about that one in the off season.
Yeah. Yep. Appalachian State, Michigan's all I got to say.
That's certainly in the consideration.
Oh, yeah. Top 3, maybe. All right. Hey, thanks for everything, Mark. You're the best.
Appreciate you being here. Thank you. Appreciate it. All right. Let's keep it moving here at the Voice of College Football. And one of the voices you will hear and one of the faces you will see every Sunday night, in particular on our College Football After Dark show, is here. We always like to hear from Jackson. Jackson, what's going on tonight?
Not much. Just on here talking with you on the Big Ten Live show. How's it going with you, Mark?
Things are good.
So I was thinking about this Saturday and how we're going to be seeing a college football game in a baseball stadium, particularly Iowa Northwestern in Wrigley Field.
Yep.
Now, what do you think about that? And do you think Iowa and Northwestern's pretty excited about that? Or are the players not thinking about it too much?
I think it's cool. I like it. I love seeing bowl games at Fenway Park and Petco Park in San Diego and Yankee Stadium in New York. I just think it's interesting to look at. And maybe I do more than other college football fans because I'm not so much a baseball fan right now, but I've been a longtime baseball fan my whole life. Like, I mean, a baseball fanatic. I mean, knew everybody's statistics, knew everybody's starting rotation, knew everything. Just baseball fanatic from the time I was like 10 to just a few years ago. So I love baseball. So I always found it just interesting to see. They used to have that bowl game in San Francisco, the Emerald Bowl, as you well know, and would play at
Yeah.
the San Francisco Giants Park. And of course, they still play a bowl game at the Diamondbacks Park in Phoenix. Still play that. And then, of course, I mentioned New York, Boston, and San Diego. So, yeah, I think it's cool. If you remember correctly, and since I'm talking to you, you typically do remember all these things, that when they first tried to play a baseball or a football game at Wrigley Field, of course, the Chicago Bears used to play there a long time ago back in the 60s. But in modern times, the first time they tried to play a football game there, they did not measure the field correctly. And
That was in the 2010 Northwestern Illinois game, I
Northwestern
believe.
Illinois game where they had the issue with the end zone.
ESPNU College Game Day was there.
They had the issue with the end zone running into the brick wall, and they made all the offenses run. So they, every time somebody scored, they didn't flip the field. They had everybody kick off to the other end so they wouldn't have any issues with that end zone. Because even if there was a pick six, the guy would just run into the end zone. He wouldn't have to try to like make a play in the back of the end zone. So they played all the offensive plays and the kicks in one direction. It was funny.
Oh, man. You got a comment from Jim Saxa saying Syracuse and Boston College play in Yankee Stadium. Actually, that's Syracuse and Pitt, but I will say Syracuse and Boston College, if they want to get recruiting going for their universities, they should do a neutral site game once a year on rivalry week. 1 year when it's a home game for Syracuse, you play that game at Yankee Stadium. Next year, it's at Fenway Park for a Boston College home game.
I like that.
A lot of money for the universities, and it would get the universities noticed big time.
And see, there was a day and time back before you started watching college football when some of these teams would play in baseball stadiums more frequently because the NFL and baseball teams shared stadiums, and that was pretty common. So, for example, we had the Peach Bowl played at Atlanta Fulton County Stadium in Atlanta. And we had, of course, the Pitt Panthers. Well, they played in their own stadium. They didn't play in Three Rivers Stadium. I'm trying to think of another. I actually watched Ohio State. I went to the Ohio State Northwestern game at Cleveland Stadium in 1991. They played at a football / baseball, an NFL, and then / baseball stadium, Ohio State and Northwestern that year.
I wish I had a time travel machine, man. There'd be so many places I'd be going to.
Yeah, so it's I like that. I think it's kind of cool.
Oh, man. But we'll say about that Penn State, Indiana, that last score, I mean, that should have been a touchdown by Penn State instead of a safety. I mean, good grief. Nobody could hold on to anything on that last play.
Yep.
It was just, you can't be playing like that in the next few weeks. That's horrible. Yeah, I would say, as I remember, I know they played in the 2010 Pinstripe Bowl against Kansas State. That's what I remember.
Yeah, Syracuse, Kansas State. Yep. Syracuse also played. They played West Virginia, correct, in the Pinstripe Bowl against Geno Smith.
Yep, that was in 2012. Yeah, West Virginia unfortunately disappointed everybody that year. They went from preseason favorite to going 7-6.
Yep. Much like they did last year. Not that they were a preseason favorite, but Syracuse went from last year. It was Syracuse that went obviously from 6-0 to 7-6. That year it was West Virginia.
Well, I was saying to some friends of mine a day or so ago that I believe that Maryland's basically the Syracuse of the Syracuse of the Big Ten. What do you think of that?
Who's Syracuse of the Big Ten?
Maryland. Because apparently Maryland's forgotten to play football after they played Ohio State. I mean,
Yeah, I think that's a fair assessment. I was expecting more out of Maryland. Most people were. I do think that they have more potential than Syracuse does. They recruit better. They've got a better area in which to recruit there in the DMV. So I think Maryland has an opportunity, but they're playing against a better league and what's going to become an even better league. But I think that's a reasonable comparison.
well, they're going to be in trouble this Saturday against Penn State for sure.
Yeah, they somehow, after they were taken to the woodshed in the second half in Columbus, after they grabbed a 10-0 lead, they have not been the same football team ever since. I don't get surprised by much, but I was mildly surprised by them losing to Illinois. And then they kind of played a similar game against Northwestern where they fell behind and then they tried to come back and didn't get the job done late. But man, I didn't see a whole lot of the Maryland Northwestern game, but I tuned in and caught a little bit late, and there was like nobody there. And God bless those Northwestern players for playing in front of virtually no home field advantage.
Wow,
but they're Northwestern's having a heck of a year. They may get to a bowl game.
Well, I will admit, I like a lot of people were pretty hard on Northwestern in the preseason. I was apparently bold enough to say, "Oh, Northwestern's going to get one win," but once again ran that mouth. But
well, we were both there. Just about everybody watches college football just figured after how bad they were last year, the last 2 years, especially last season, and then with all that happened in that Pat Fitzgerald situation, that nobody expected them. Like if you would have said before the season, if all the information you had was Northwestern's going to beat Wagner 23-20, then most people would have been like, exactly, that's their one win, and they're going 1-11. If they can't beat Wagner by more than 3 points, yeah, they're going to get killed by everybody else. That's going to be Northwestern this year. But no, I'm very impressed, and I'm rooting for them, and I think that's a great story. I would love to see them go to a bowl game.
well, I got a feeling if they do, David Braun just might be the Nets head coach.
He might be.
Yeah. And this has been a question that's been like plaguing me all day. I've been trying to solve this little Scooby mystery, so to speak. But is Kurt Ferentz going to go if he goes, I goes route with Brian Ferentz?
That's a heck of a question.
Yeah.
I, of course, don't have that answer. I would give you the odds. I was going to give a cop-out odds and say 50-50. I'm going to say that they are higher than that he leaves.
Wow. Yeah, I'm just kind of like, I don't even know. I don't think anybody knows what's happening. We don't know what's happening. It's not what you know; it's what you don't know that's scary. It's like for me, that's always the scary part is what I don't know with what's going on.
Because he had to know that this was most likely going to come down after the season, but he might have been taken by some surprise that it happened now, because that's not a program that makes changes mid-season. They've just never done that.
Yeah. I mean, talk about a Halloween scare right there for him. Good grief. He did not like that. Well, I'm sit over here in the background, just kind of wait for the Ocho, because I got a feeling you got some callers wanting to talk with you, man.
Yeah, we've got a few here. Well, thank you, Jackson. I appreciate it. Have a good night.
Thank you for having me on, Mark.
All right, let's see. Yes, let's get to more calls here at the Voice of College Football. Also, keep in mind that John D'Adamo is standing by. He will take us home starting at 8 o'clock Eastern Time, and you can join John each and every Tuesday. It's Tuesday, Michigan fans and other college football fans. Join John on Tuesday at 8 p.m. Eastern Time over on the Michigan channel. All right, let's keep it rolling. We've got Will on the line. How about Will showing up tonight? What's going on, Will?
It's gotta be a great day to be in Iowa City, right, Mark?
It's an interesting one. I will reiterate that I don't root for people to get fired, but this is a situation where a person is being paid by tax dollars a large amount of money, and he's been given 7 years to not have a great offense, a prolific offense, to not just don't have a horrible offense. So it is long overdue.
I'm just curious who they're going to hire, like to see if Beth Gates will have any sort of say on what happens. I mean, I doubt it because Kirk has so much influence there, but Kirk had a lot of influence that kept his son, for better or for worse, in that job as an OC. But who do you think? Who would you look at if you were Kirk? Like, who do you think could fit? Because I have an idea, but I wanted to let you say it first.
So to me, I believe a lot of people may serve up candidates that they think fit the Iowa offense, meaning they're conservative ball control. And I'm not proposing that I was going to just completely flip-flop their offense. But I do think that I would be looking for a young, innovative offensive mind. They don't need to run an air raid and do things that Iowa will probably not recruit the personnel to be able to pull off. But I'm not coming up with any names in particular, but I would be scouring the next, Garrett Riley type of guy myself.
Yeah, I was talking to Corey a while ago, right before came in the call line here, and he thinks it's going to be like a Paul Chris sort of mind.
There you go.
But
they're going to go
that
route. I wouldn't go that route.
Yeah, well, he thinks that Kirk's going to go that route. He obviously would hope for like the Washington guy, Grubb, was that his name?
Yeah.
He was hoping for him, but he thinks that's going to be Paul Chris. But I threw out Chip Long in there. Who is that?
Yeah.
I feel like he's still on the conservative side, but it's a little bit more exciting. I feel like because it's like the Notre Dame offense is like similar to the Iowa offense, but like slightly more modern. Do you think that could work? Because he's also been an analyst for Louisville with Jeff Brom. So I feel like he maybe can take what he used in South Bend along with what Jeff Brom has been doing and make Iowa's offense competent.
Well, yeah, Chip Long did not immediately come to mind. I actually have not given it any thought, even though I knew I was going to be asked it, and I knew that's where people go. They go to the next step immediately, and I'm just more like, okay, let's deal with the situation today, and then we'll start talking and thinking about candidates. But he fits what I just laid out, that you're taking somebody that has a core, a foundation in what you do, but is an up and comer and could provide just a little bit more of a spark, some different type thinking. Instead of Kirk being challenged by an offensive coordinator coming in, it sounds like, if Corey's right, that he's looking for a clone of himself to just kind of, run the kind of plays and the system that he wants. That's what he's looking for.
It's not going to work with the new Big Ten. I just don't know. I don't think they can. Maybe they can make bowl games by still doing it that way. But
well, let's not undersell Iowa. So I'm right there with you. I have certainly the day that the Big Ten announced the next 5 years schedules a few weeks ago. We sat down here, and I wanted Big Ten fans, in particular college football fans, to understand this is how much more difficult each schedule is going to be. And you can do that in a systematic way to say, okay, this is what their schedule is now. And now, instead of playing these 6 teams in the West, look at who they're playing next year. They're playing 4 of them, but now they're not playing Northwestern and Purdue. This is just a hypothetical. I'm just throwing out an example. They're not playing Northwestern and Purdue now. They're playing Oregon and UCLA. So now I think detractors of Iowa's style of play and detractors and people that are a little bit too wowed with the Washingtons and Oregons just think of them as, oh, well, those are automatic losses. They're not. But if things don't change, Iowa loses that game more than they win it. They lose that game 70% of the time. And that's not obviously a path to success.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Do you think that, I mean, I know you're like me, you're no expert on Iowa football, but do you think that Kirk how much longer do you think Kirk's going to stay? Like, do you think that if Kirk hires a Paul Chris and the offense is much better, do you think that he'll step down, or do you think he'll try to hold on to being a coach, even if the team's not doing great?
So while I can't answer that question, what I can say is these are the things that might be rolling around in his head. Mm-hmm. So number one, he had to part ways with his son.
I'm hearing that he was doing a kicking and screaming, that it was the AD and the board.
Okay, that tells you a lot right there.
Yeah.
And the other thing that tells us that might have been the case, and I said this probably an hour ago, that usually when there's a bye week and the football department's looking to make a change, what happens, or the athletic department making a change, let's say in a head football coach going into a bye week, well, they want to take advantage of the bye week. So usually they evaluate things right after the game. They work quickly. They make a decision on Sunday. They make an announcement maybe the next day or on Monday, right after the previous game. Well, why is this going on a week later? Well, it's probably going on a week later because they had to, out of respect, probably wrestle with Kirk Ferentz for a week. That's just speculation on my part. But if you look at the history of changes made during bye weeks, they're made so you can take advantage of the bye week. That's why they're done during the bye weeks. This is done just like it's a regular football week, like they just played. So they didn't take advantage of the bye week because they probably had to argue with Kirk for a week. So that's a big tip off right there in regards to what could be thinking. So that gives a higher chance to him leaving, depending on how much he wants to preserve his legacy, his winning percentage, the look of his program. He could certainly be looking at the teams that are entering the Big Ten and thinking it's going to be really tough. And then also the way they finish this season may have something to do with his decision. If he goes to a Big Ten championship game and they play a respectable game,
they're not. I can't see that. I mean, I can't see that happening. I mean,
you think
I feel like
whoever's
going to be in that game is going to be better than Michigan in 2021, because I felt like Michigan's gotten better since then.
No, I get you. Yeah, they could be walking into ananother 42-3.
Yeah, I think whoever they play, whether it's Ohio State or Michigan, I don't know. I mean, I'm not trying to dog on Iowa,
but my point was going to be that if they get to a Big Ten championship game and they have a relatively decent showing, they lose 27-14, and he wins a bowl game. They finish 11-2, 10-3. That may sway him to say, this is a good way to end. And I won the West. I can't win any more Western Division championships. So they have to put all that into consideration, but also that he's going to be giving up, I think the number is $40 million if he walks away from this contract.
Man, I mean, that's fair. That's a lot of money. It's more money than I'll probably ever have.
Well, Will, if you ever get into the $40 million range, you'll probably be long gone. But if you're not, if you're still calling in, we're going to expect a few super chats.
Of course. Yeah. Well, it'll be interesting to see what happens, Mark. I'm going to try to make the Ocho. I probably can't be there right at 8, but if he'll let me in, I'll try to pop in.
John, let Will in. Okay, there you go.
All
Thanks,
right.
Will.
Thanks, Mark.
Talk to you later. All right, we are at 8 o'clock. John can pop in whenever he wants, but we will continue to take calls in case he doesn't. No, I think he's all set. Hey, John.
Oh, I'm here. Oh, don't worry. I had 6 days off of hosting a show. I'm here and I'm ready to go.
Ready to go. You know, well, you saw my tweet. Thank you for reposting, of course. And then I know I'm not supposed to call them tweets anymore. That's going to be a tough habit to break. You're reposting my post on X, but once this story came down, and then I contemplated, okay, there's a debate to be had about who's going to possibly be number one out of the Big Ten in the college football playoff rankings. And then, of course, we've got this Michigan investigation continuing. Not that there's anything necessarily to talk about, but it's always on people's minds. And then we actually have football games being played on Saturday that nobody's talking about.
Yeah, we're going to get into a couple from last week and a couple from, obviously we'll look at what's coming up for next week. I think if you don't see a lot of Iowa fans today, it's because they're dancing in the streets at the moment. With the recent news that Brian Ferentz is gone after this bowl game. So you may not see as much Iowa today, but they're pretty happy.
It is something else. Unfortunately for us, it's taken a good discussion topic away from us. But the discussion will now be, who do they hire in his place? We'll get to that at some point, of course.
Absolutely. I think everyone except Rob said that they're here for the Ocho. So Rob might be here for you.
Okay. Rob, do you want to talk to me? Where's Rob? Rob's right there. And if not, we'll just leave him in here. Rob, what's going on tonight?
Hey, what's up, Mark?
Not too much.
Yeah, no, I just I was very surprised. I kind of came into the show a little late and just saw the news. I kind of was away from college football today, so I didn't know Brian Ferentz lost his job. I am very happy for Iowa fans about that because, yeah, I think we can all agree he's been holding the program back quite a bit. And the proof will be in the pudding over the next couple of years. I think we'll see that we were all right. But regards to his father leaving, I don't think that's going to happen. Unless I think the only way that he leaves, even though he's obviously not going to be happy about what happened, is if he can get another job at another school, and then he could maybe bring his son in there.
If Kirk is going to go to another school,
Right.
Yeah. Well, Kirk would have no issue getting another decent head coaching position. I have no doubt about that. But they may want to ask him if it's a package deal. And then I don't know that anyone's going to take that on.
Right. That's what I mean. I don't think I think if he was going to go to another, no, I'm not saying this is going to happen or that I even think it's going to happen, but I think because I think other schools would look at that and say, you know what? Yeah, maybe we bring him in, but we say the stipulation is you can't bring in Brian as a coordinator. And if they don't say that, then that leaves that loophole open. But anyways, I don't have much to say. I know you guys are going to get on to the Ocho, so I just wanted to pop on and talk about that for a second.
Well, thanks, Rob. We appreciate you being here.
Yeah, no problem. Thanks.
Thanks, Rob.
All right, John, take it away. I will remind people that I did post my thoughts on the Brian Ferentz dismissal today, so you can catch that video right here on the main channel.
Everybody check that out. Thanks, Mark.
Great, John. Have a good show. Thanks.
Appreciate it. Okay. We are at the 8 p.m. block, otherwise known as the Ocho here at the Voice of College Football. My name's John Diadamo, and I'm going to take you through the next 2 hours or so. And I've been off since Tuesday because we didn't have our post-game show. It was a bye week, so I'm back for the first time in 6 days. My name's John Diadamo. You can find me on Twitter/X at John Diadamo. I host this show. I also host Michigan Wolverines Live tomorrow night at 8 p.m. Eastern, where Tanner Wooten from Blue by 90 should be stopping by. And he and I will be going through all kinds of topics, I'm sure, including the Purdue game, but also, all the recent developments. And so because it's been 6 days since my last show, I have some thoughts. So we're going to start there, and then we're going to bring in the panel in a couple of minutes. So we've been hearing pretty much everybody under the sun giving their take on the Michigan NCAA investigation, what Connor Stallions did or didn't do. And I want everybody to understand at a high level that there are these things called sports Emmys. And there are these things, and you are evaluated as a journalist now if you're working at a major outlet on clicks. So the more sensational you can write the story, and especially when it's about a major program who's number 2 in a lot of polls, and even number 1 according to Kirk Herbstreit in the country, that tends to be a lightning rod. And it would be even if there was absolutely nothing there, or if there was a ton there about what's going on. So let's just remember that a lot of the articles that you're seeing, just take it with a grain of salt. Because if you look at it from a macro level, what's going on in Michigan, I'm going to recommend everybody listen. If you haven't heard what friend of the program Isaiah Hole, who has a show called Locked On Wolverines, he writes for Wolverines Wire and USA Today, and he is about as plugged into the program as anybody that I know. And so if he says something, I'm going to believe him over a lot of people who want to rain on Michigan's parade, and they might be Buckeye writers, they might be Penn State writers, whatever the case may be. And Isaiah Hole seems pretty cautiously optimistic about this entire thing. And we're going to kind of go over why in a second here. But he actually outlines a sign trading program that the Big Ten participates in, and outlines both Michigan and Ohio State as tier 1 in the sign acquisitions, I'll call it, which means that Michigan is not the only program doing this at the top level. If what Isaiah is reporting is true, and there is actually a sign trading program going on in the Big Ten, this is more widespread than we think. And I think we're going to get some more reports coming out in the coming days and the coming weeks that that sign trading is pretty common practice in the Big Ten, that the ways that it's done are varied. But I think we'll see more coming out on other schools and how they acquire the signs in addition to what Michigan does. Because, yes, a lot of programs do it. Some don't. From what I hear, Michigan State doesn't. But quite a few schools either do it directly or they trade for opponent signs. So future opponents that they're going up against, they want intel from somebody else who's played them, so they have a sign, they trade for something. If this is true, and I believe Isaiah Hole when he says it's true, then that I think is notable right there. Articles saying that Michigan looks weak for not commenting. Paul Feinbaum saying that Michigan looks weak for not commenting. Michigan can't comment. It's against the NCAA regulations for Michigan to comment. So the only time Michigan's going to comment is if something so egregious comes out that they have no choice, or the statement that that Harbaugh put out that he doesn't have knowledge of this in any way. He did say he's today in the press conference that this is his William Wallace moment, essentially saying like that he's encouraging his kid, the players to fight. But let's look very quickly, and then we'll bring on. We have a lot of callers, and we appreciate everybody, and we do ask everybody to hit the like button and subscribe to the Voice of College Football. So the first thing is we look at Article 11. So Article 11, the title of Article 11 is Conduct and Employment of Athletics Personnel. And the first section is institutional staff members, or the first three words in the first section right under Article 11. Any reading of Article 11, in my view and in the view of others, including, by the way, Buckeye lawyers, yes, Buckeye lawyers, that everything under Article 11 is pertaining to school-specific employed staff. Meaning if Connor Stallions calls up some buddies or, he hires people externally, that doesn't count, which means Connor Stallions didn't break a single rule. Again, I don't know. We'll see if more comes out that he actually went to the games, recorded the games. It's possible that we get more. But from what we're looking at here under Article 11, that's piece number one. Piece number two is that there was a subsection of 11.6 that actually excluded football. It was rescinded, but it excluded football from the in-person paid scouting rules that they had. Okay. Then they got rid of that. Okay. But there was an amendment. All right. And they basically said, in most cases, video of future opponents is readily available, either through exchange, subscription to a recording dubbing service, or internet site. So basically what they're saying is you can get this film out on YouTube. You can get all 22 from different angles. And I know people say all 22 doesn't have signals. I've viewed all 22 film, a lot of it the last week or so since it's happened. You can see signs in various clips of all 22 film, but you can also look at other recordings on YouTube. You can subscribe to services there. And so essentially the way that you can read this is that if Connor Stallions acted alone, and he got, some people, he paid people to scout and to record on their cell phone, that may not be illegal. Or it may be a violation of the spirit, but not the actual letter. And if that's the case, Michigan's going to get a couple of games maybe for the combination of Burgergate and this. Maybe Harbaugh gets 3 more games. He already took 3 game suspension this season. But going from Michigan should get the death penalty, and Michigan should vacate 3 years of wins, and Michigan should vacate bowls, and then you look at actually what's going on, folks, there's a very high percentage chance that Michigan has a fine and maybe a couple more games, and that's combining the remaining from Burgergate and anything that is given from this. So all I'm saying is, let's take a breath. Let's not cast death on a program when it's very possible Michigan isn't even the only ones doing it to this extent. And let's just have a breath. And with that, we have an all-star panel of people today, including friend of the program and host of the Jacksonian, back with us for another week, Jackson Johnson. Hey, buddy.
What's up, Johnny? How's it going?
It's going well. We're just trying to keep on keeping on here. And we've got Michigan Man in the house. Michigan Man.
What's up, man? You covered a lot of what I was gonna say, man. You covered a lot of it, and I would like to get in a little deeper too, if I could.
Love it. And we've also got Sean Garner in the house, resident Buckeye.
What's up, Sean?
Jackson, long time no see.
Oh,
How's it going, man?
You recovered from last night at all? Still, 3 hours.
Yeah, a little bit, especially that last discussion. When I was just like, "Hey, you do this? That's not an on-air conversation. That's a no-no." At least not for me.
All right. So I'm going to take 2 more people, and then we'll save some people for the Nueve at 9, if that's okay with y'all.
All right with me.
Since we've got some Michigan discussion going on first, I'm going to bring in. We got Moose. We got Moose in the house.
Moose, what up?
Hey Moose, good to have you. If you don't mind, looks like we got a little echo.
All right, let me check.
Cool. All right, I'm just going to mute you for this particular second. And then let's also go to Erica Goldberg is in the
What's
house.
up, Erica? How are you?
I'm doing
She's
great.
she's a happy camper right now.
Oh,
let me tell you.
Oh, yes, she is.
Congratulations,
Yes.
Erica.
Thank
It has
you.
finally happened.
Oh,
Brian Ferentz is out at the end of this year. How about
thank
that?
the Lord. I'm telling you.
And then last but certainly not least, we've got Minnesota Dave in the house. Minnesota Dave,
What up,
welcome to the
Dave?
show.
Hey,
Hey,
how's it going? Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay, good.
That Big
Just
Ten West is looking pretty wild right now.
Oh, yes. I guess anybody can be running back at University of Minnesota. Gosh, you got down to our 3rd running back, and he's dang good.
He's playing MSU. Come on.
I know, but
Just kidding.
They got a decent run D. They don't have a bad run defense. It's their secondary that's bad.
you can pass on them if anybody can pass on them.
So we're gonna get to a lot the games and the Brian Ferentz news, and we're very a lot of exciting things going on in college football. We got some type of background noise.
That's not me. That's someone else.
Hey, do you mind if I come in on the 9 o'clock show or the 9
Not at
o'clock?
all.
All right, I'll come in at 9 o'clock. Okay.
You got it, man.
Okay, thank you. It's just I'm kind of busy right now. I wasn't expecting to be. I thought I'd be doing 9 o'clock if I got in a little bit later.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do the 9 o'clock. Absolutely. All right. We'll see you
Thank
later.
you.
Dave. Okay. And that means I'm gonna bring in. Let's see. And Mike, let me know if you want to come on in. Otherwise, I'm gonna get Moose. I think Moose wants to come back. So when Moose comes back, then that's gonna do it, and then we'll switch at 9. Okay. So we'll do Moose and then.
Moose.
Okay. So let's begin with the topic I was just covering, the Michigan.
Oh yeah, I would love to get in on
investigation.
this.
And I Michigan man, you said I covered some of it, but I'd love for you to kind of give your take on what you're seeing, what you're hearing from what's out there so far.
So you covered the rules really well, actually, and no one's really now. They could have still violated the spirit of the rule, but if you read the rules, let's start with prohibited equipment. I don't think you covered that one. Prohibited equipment. The jurisdiction for prohibited equipment is only in the playing area, the field. The stands are not included. That's 1. 2. You covered the in-person scouting.
Mm-hmm.
That only counts as institutional staff members, meaning staff members that were paid by the institution or the university. That's 2. So people outside of that. So Connor Stanley has paid someone with his own dime, and they're not university funds. It doesn't count. That's 2.
Too many gray areas.
3.
There's too many gray areas.
3. The 2013 amendment is huge here, which I think I have a picture of that. Let me get. Did you cover that? I have a picture of it. I can pull that up. But basically, what it says is that because there's so many services that are used readily available in today's modern version of college football, that they no longer prohibit the use of third-party services.
I've got it right here. Yep.
So that's the rules. Now, the reporting on this has been egregious. Egregious. Last night when they said that the Michigan rescinded his offer, that is the most. First of all, people that have insider information know that it's been put on hold, and even Adam Rittenberg had to correct the information last night. Adam Rittenberg of ESPN, he said in a tweet, he said it's not rescinded. They just told him not to sign it yet because we're in the middle of an investigation. That's a big difference. The next thing, the bad reporting on the Matt Weiss situation. The failing to mention in these articles that it's already been stated that there is zero connection to Matt Weiss and the sign stealing saga. Another point. Stuff I know through insider information, not me that I spoke to people. If you know like Chris Ballas and people like that. The university is not happy about how the information was obtained. In fact, they're furious. They are furious about how the information was obtained. One of the regents last night actually went out of his way. If you guys know what a regent is, that's people who make decisions on the future of the university. Actually tweeted a Buckeye reporter and said, "Hey, buddy, what you're saying is false, and we'll see you in 4 weeks." He don't sound like he's trying to get rid of Harbaugh to me.
Okay, I was saying this about the Regents thing. The Regents don't actually work for the university. They're publicly elected officials that oversee. So the Regents wouldn't, in normal circumstances, be aware of any of this. They wouldn't be connected. They're not actually tied to the institution.
Well, I'll correct you on that real quick. They met on Sunday morning, so they know everything. They're updated on everything. So when he tweeted that on Sunday night, they know what's going on. And secondly, yeah, they do have a huge say in what the university does. The Regents
they have a huge say, but they're not employees of the university.
And they're seeing officials. Yeah, and Regents are seeing everything that's come out, by the way.
Yes.
They're seeing all the scandalous articles. They're seeing all of these things. And for a regent to come out and basically be like, "Hey, buddy, knock it off, and we'll see you in 4 weeks," I'm pretty sure he knows more than all that we do. So I'll say that's all I got to say. And then also Harbaugh's press conference. That I love that William Wallace quote, man. I love that. Yeah. That to me sounds like, "Hey, you better stop us because we come."
We're coming.
So that's all I got to say about that.
So Moose, you were saying something about a lot of gray area going on.
Yeah, just you guys pretty much said everything. Like all the stuff that you were talking about. There's so many gray areas. It's like I just don't see how Michigan is gonna get out of this with very little. Like I think you're just gonna get a slap on the wrist, maybe some fines.
Oh yeah,
a couple suspension. Maybe Harbaugh gets 3 more. I'm thinking Harbaugh gets 3 more games for the combination of the remainder of the violations from Burgergate and anything from this and like the spirit of the article.
Well, John, can I give you an interesting angle here?
Yeah.
Let's say, there's some smoke to this. Let's say Ohio State or Ryan Day was the one that hired the third-party firm.
Oh, boy.
How do you think the NCAA is going to feel as the investigative party of college football that a third-party firm was the one that had to bring this to light pretty much? What can of worms is that going to open? And how's the NCAA going to feel about that?
I want to see more evidence that Ryan Day's brother was involved. I want to see more evidence that Ohio State was involved in any way before I cast judgment on that part of it.
Oh, 100%. Hey, look, Ohio State fans like to speculate out the wazoo, so I'm going to start doing the same. So what I'm saying is the NCAA is going to feel useless if schools can just start hiring PR firms to look at every team they're going against. It's going to become the Wild West. Everybody can just start digging up dirt and hiring PI firms. Start finding out about illegal recruiting. Start finding out about pay for play. Start doing all these things, and there's a reason schools don't do it. There was an ESPN article where a SEC coach said there's an honor amongst thieves, as in we know coaches do illegal recruiting. We know coaches do sleazy things. We know coaches do these things, but we don't tell on the coaches. We let the NCAA handle it, and they find stuff. They find stuff. But for Ryan Day or Ohio State to hire a PI firm, that's an angle that's a huge angle in this.
Yeah.
Especially if the information was obtained illegally.
Yeah, I want to see more evidence that Ohio State was involved. I agree.
That would be
egregious.
I agree, but I'm gonna do what Ohio State fans been doing. Nothing but speculation.
The NCAA didn't hire the PI firm though themselves.
What? Because it was already reported. I'll tell you what. It was already reported that the third party hired a PI firm, not the NCAA, and the third party that hired the law firm or the PI firm was going to turn it into the NCAA, and actually the NCAA wasn't going to do anything about this. It was about to get leaked to the media, and it's the only reason the NCAA acted on it. That's in the ESPN and the Athletic article.
So Sean or Jackson or Erica, any kind of comments on this?
I'm gonna wait till the full investigation is done. Honestly, that's why I'm just like I'm not commenting on anything at the moment.
Yeah,
Okay.
I feel the
Sean?
same way. I feel the same way. I just want this to play out, and then we'll see.
Just a couple points from in your opening statements. The fact that there might have been some sort of coordinated agreement among these to share information on signs that wouldn't necessarily that they ostensibly probably gain from their game inside. That's a totally different matter than like actually going hiring people.
I disagree completely with that.
But I mean, like one is clearly probably permitted if all
they're both in-person scouting. They're both in-person scouting. One, if a coach was playing another team,
there's a big difference in the rule book. But there is a difference.
What's the difference? What's the difference? If a coach is at it,
one's permitted and one's not.
That's not permitted though.
One's not.
That's not permitted though. If a coach is at a, hold on one second.
Okay.
That's the main point. Like, I think there's a massive difference. I mean, Michigan might be the only people that have people in the stands filming the other team's sidelines. I mean, it's clearly.
Here, hold on. Let me explain why it's not. Let me explain why it's not different.
Hey, you talked for like 10 minutes and I didn't say anything. Can I get?
Okay, do you have any proof of that though? Do you have any proof?
What? Do I have any proof?
Do you have any proof? Do you have any proof of that?
Of what?
No, you
don't. That Michigan hired people and had, or like somebody at Michigan had people in the stands. Look, I mean, like that's
okay. Where's all the proof at? Where's all the proof at?
We're getting lost in the tracks here. Hold on. Can I explain why that's not different? If you just played an opponent and you had just gathered all the signs in that game, because they do, every team does sign stealing in the game. So if you played an opponent and you stole the signs in the game, the same as if you're watching, if you're in-person scouting, except you already decoded them in that game, and then you give that information to a future opponent, it's the same thing. It's literally the same thing.
If you can videotape a sideline and then spend 120 man hours in a week breaking down their signs, that's very different than
you could do that in that scenario.
Information that they gained in game, possibly using if you can run videotape of these and possibly use some code breaking software. That's very, very different than a few sharing some observations that they gained during the game, and you don't have film, and you don't actually have film of them of their signs
Even
being distributed.
even if they don't have film, it's still a violation of the rule. It's still a violation of the rule. It's still in-person scouting. If you get information from a opponent that already played that opponent, a team you haven't played yet, a future opponent that you're about to play, that means that you took information from a team you haven't played yet. It's in-person scouting of a future opponent.
We just said, like, as long as they're not a part of the university, that's not actually part of the rule book.
I understand it. What I'm saying is the only difference here is they don't have a videotape. That's literally the only difference here.
It is so enormous, though. That is such a big difference. If you can break down signs that they're like I say, if you can spend, and I don't want to go on too long on this because this is a well-traveled subject and way more is going to come out. We have nobody here has any idea where there's investigation
is legal in game.
But there is massive. It is so different from having a video. It's like the difference between someone telling you a story about something what happens and someone actually recording it and putting it on.
So your problem is one cheated better than the other team cheated. That's your problem here. So both teams, let's say they broke the rules.
Clearly against the rules. One, I don't know.
They're both against the rules. They're clearly both against the rules. Well, I don't think. Let me rephrase that. I don't think it's against the rules. But coming from your guys' angles, Michigan broke the rule. So if Michigan broke that rule, then that means that scenario that he's talking about is also breaking the rule. It's just a different degree.
On Michigan here, like I said, I don't want the worst to happen for Michigan in the past, but I don't. But I mean, like, there's a very clear discrepancy between what, and this is my last point because there's a lot to talk about here. There's a very clear advantage to doing it one way as opposed to the other. Like it's a night and day difference between a few coaches just sharing information that they observed in real time and having actual video.
Well, when you say observed, let me ask you. When you say observed, do you not realize that in these games the staff writes down the signs, observes the signs, and notes the signs as the game goes on? That's how sign stealing is legally done. They'll have a piece of paper. They'll watch the sideline. They might have a sheet already with different types of signs that they've seen in the past. Mm-hmm. So it's not like they're meeting and they're just talking about it. They already have an organized note-taking process that they had in the game that they're then giving to a future coach. They're not just sitting in a campfire and talking about it.
Okay, we're talking in circles now, so I'm actually just done with this conversation now. But like I said, best of luck to Michigan. I sincerely mean it. I don't really want them.
I'm going to say if it's ruled that everything under Article 11 is staff only, like paid staff of Michigan, which is what it's what it's looking like, then they're not going to be getting 3-year wins vacated and bowl bans and everything else, and everyone wanting the CFP and the Big Ten to punish them this year. That's a pipe dream. That ain't happening. Michigan has a chance to win the title, and we're going to have a chance at it.
And one thing else I will say, all these people saying, "Oh, we got pictures of Michigan with signs, laminated signs on the sideline." Do you guys not think that Michigan has their own signs that they use in the game? Or do you think it's just your team and nobody else?
Well, why would you have a laminated sheet of your own signs?
Michigan has their own signs.
It's appearing. That sheet is Michigan signs from what I've heard.
You don't think the other team
why
has
wouldn't
their
you
own
have
signs in a way?
I mean, like you should know your own signs. What good are?
I mean, come on, dude, do better.
I mean,
in the NFL, one thing I will say, like if you watched the 49ers last night, Kyle, the head coach, Kyle had the signs. Yeah, he had the sign laminated for the Niners. It happens all the time.
Yep. Yeah, I don't think that's the smoking gun people think.
Yeah, the in-game photos is not what people are reaching on that. Like, they're reaching on that. Connor Stallion is 100% high. I'm with that. He 100% hired people to do that. Like, I'm not in disagreement there. I think there's enough speculative evidence, I guess, because it's still not, I guess, really confirmed. Well, he did it. I'm convinced of that. But the question is, did he actually break the rules?
We'll find out. But
Yeah.
next, we've been going a while on this, and I think people we do have a. I would keep going, except there's a breaking news story that that I think we need to cover, and that I think Erica is going to be thrilled to cover. That, and I'm going to put the official statement up here from Beth Getz. It's Getz, right? The interim AD.
Interim AD, yeah.
And I'm gonna point out the second paragraph here. After conversations with Coach Kirk Ferentz, Brian Ferentz, and President Wilson, I informed Brian that our intention is for him to be with us through the bowl game, but that this is his last season with the program, making it very clear whose decision this was. So, Erica, what's your take on how this went down today, and what are your thoughts?
Well, my first thought is I am very happy to see some accountability here for, finally. We've been waiting for this for years. I don't think I've heard one fan upset about this, and I've seen a lot of tweets and listened to a lot of commentary today about this. As you can imagine, I didn't get a lot of work done today. Hopefully my employer is not listening to this, but anyway, I'm thrilled. It needed to happen, and we needed accountability. And I say that Beth did a fantastic job, and she needs to be the AD, and that's all there is to it. Because, any football program, like, no coach is bigger than their football program. It's supposed to be about the football program, not their family. This nepotism stuff was horrible. Finally, it's over. And also, I did hear on Corey's stream that first they did ask Brian to resign. He refused, and then that was that. Like, she said,
That's
okay,
bad.
well, that's it. I don't know if that's true, but that is what was said on Corey's stream.
So, Erica, I do have a question for you. I asked Corey this today when I went on From the Hawkeye of the Storm today.
Yeah.
And I asked Mark this question, and I asked this question on Twitter today. Does Kirk Ferentz will he have the whole, if my son goes, I go too? What do you think is going to happen if Kirk Ferentz is doing that?
Yeah, so that was my next. That's a question a lot of people are asking. I actually asked Corey the same question myself, and what he said was that there's mixed, depending who you ask in the program, there's mixed reviews about that. Some people are on record saying that Kirk has said that if Brian goes, so does he. But then there was also a beat writer for Iowa who was on. I don't know if you saw it, Jackson, but there was a beat writer for Iowa. Yeah, he said that he doesn't think Kirk is going to be gone. My personal opinion is that he will. Reason being, that's what, we've heard that for a while, that if Brian goes, so does he. And also the other reason is for him to stick around is not what's best for the program. Because when we hire the new offensive coordinator, if Kirk is still around, we're going to be within the constraints of his crappy scheme. Because even if Brian is gone, the scheme will remain if Kirk is still there.
That's true. Because, I can't think of the last time Iowa's had a top 20 offense, honestly. Because,
can't either.
And I do remember where Tom K. Kirk was talking about the OC candidate while he was on there for 20 minutes, I believe. Yeah. Wyoming's OC is one of the candidates, and I believe the offensive analyst for Iowa is the OC candidate as well.
Yeah. So the story there is, first of all, I do think that Budmeier is going to get it. I don't have any insider info, but my personal opinion is that if Kirk remains with the program, that's the person who will get it. Reason being, first of all, he was a quarterback. I don't know if he was a coach or analyst or whatever, but he worked with quarterbacks at Wisconsin. And the word on the street is that Budmeier is the one who managed to get Caden, who also managed to get Deacon Hill in. So 2 out of, 4 of our quarterbacks or 5 quarterbacks were brought in by him. The second reason I think it's going to be him is because he seems amenable to Kirk's scheme. And we know that's not changing. If Kirk remains at Iowa, the scheme is going to remain the same. Granted, I think Bud Meyer or whoever he may hire will do it better than Brian did, because Brian, before he came in, he only had experience as a tight ends coach and an O-line coach. And he did both those things very well. But that doesn't necessarily mean you're going to be a good play caller and a quarterbacks coach. And when that news came out that he was being promoted to those positions, some fans were happy. Me personally, I was not, because my argument was he didn't have the right experience. Just because you're a good T coach and a good O-line coach doesn't mean you know how to make play calls. So we know what happened. We know now what happened. He's going to be gone. And I also think it's time for Kirk to go, not only because he's mentioned before that Brian goes. He goes. The reason I think that is because I don't see us changing offensively enough to be competitive if Kirk remains. That's number one. Number two, he's tarnished his reputation enough. I would prefer to see him go out still with a little bit of respect versus completely like screwing over his reputation. So go ahead.
Go ahead, Eric.
I heard P-Trash is going to be the new OC.
Who?
You think Brian Ferentz is going to be the O-line coach, though?
No, absolutely not. Because if you read what Beth said, this is his last season with the program.
He gone.
That
Dang, that's going to piss Kirk off.
Yeah, Kirk is not happy. That's what the word on the street has been. Because obviously Beth kind of went above him, and he sees himself. Obviously, this is me just saying it, but a lot of people think it. He considers himself to be the head of this program in the sense of no one can overrule him. Whatever decisions are made, he has to be the one to make them. And so the fact that Beth went over his head and I'm not going to say fired, but pretty much forced Brian out by asking him to resign, him refusing to, and her still being like, okay, well, you're out anyway. If that is indeed what happened, I don't think Kirk thinks of her very fondly after that. And I think that's going to cause a problem.
Would that make him more likely to leave?
I think maybe if she gets hired on as AD permanently, I think there's a chance that's another contributing factor too.
Yeah. So if in the event that Kirk was to leave Iowa, do you think Chris Kleiman, the Kansas State head coach, would be hired as the Nets head coach of Iowa?
I don't know enough about him to comment, but his name has been brought up by a lot of people. I can't.
Well, I've watched him a few times at Kansas State, and he's not a guy that's afraid to make changes. Kirk, I've noticed, doesn't make changes, but Kleiman will definitely make changes if needed. He's proven to do that in the years in Manhattan, Kansas.
Yeah. I mean, that's the type of coach that we need. We need someone who will adjust to the times as they change, because I'm sure there's going to be a lot more changes coming up the road here. Mike Rotunda made the comment, Kirk thinks he's untouchable. Absolutely. And today proved that's not true. And that's why I think he's going to take this, or has taken this, probably personally. Again, I don't have insider info, but my guess is he's taking it pretty hard because it is his son. So I don't know that he thinks he's untouchable after that.
Well, Erica.
So another question I got for you, Erica.
Erica, you're halfway there. You just got to get rid of Kurt now, and you guys are on your way.
I know. And that's another reason why I want him gone. Because I think what will happen if he stays is he'll hire.
Yeah, you don't know what you had till it's gone.
Yeah, but if you don't take a chance, what do you get? And Sandy's repeating the same thing over and over again.
You can't be afraid to take chances. I agree, Erica. I most certainly agree.
What's a good coach? He's just too old-fashioned. He's too old-fashioned. The game has changed. You need a different coach.
That's right, and that's what a lot of Iowa fans have been asking for a long time.
So I've looked at the rest of the schedule that Iowa has.
Yeah,
they got Rutgers next week. They got Northwestern in the Wrigley Field game on Peacock this week.
Right.
The week before rivalry week, they got Illinois, and of course on Black Friday on CBS for rivalry week, they got Nebraska. So if Iowa was to get a 10-win season, so to speak, going into possibly the Big Ten title game, or we don't know what's happening, so to speak.
Yeah, that's like a 4-way tie right now.
Wildcats Classic.
So what happens with Kirk Ferentz then? If he has like a 9-win season or a 10-win season, what happens?
For me, that doesn't change my opinion. because we win 8 or 9 games every single year. To us, that's status quo.
Right.
So I'm not interested in status quo anymore. I'm interested in getting a new OC/head coach who will have our offense churning. I would like for the university to sit Phil Parker down and say, what will it take to keep you, and make sure we keep him. And at that point, we'll be a heck of a lot more competitive. So my opinion does not change whether we win 9 games or 10, or if we win 6. My opinion does not change. I've been asking for this for a long time.
Is Phil Parker a candidate? Is Phil Parker a potential candidate for this job?
I think, well, there's a lot of opinions on that. I think he should be the first person they ask as far as the head coaching position, if that's what you're asking. As far as offensive coordinator, no, I don't think he should.
What about Urban Meyer?
I'm not interested in Urban Meyer at all. I don't want any of this garbage.
Every single job that opens up.
And Erica, I think that's been the issue with Iowa. Their coaches have been happy every year with eight or 9 wins every year, and I think that's the issue.
Yeah, I think that's part of the issue too. I mean, we're always being constantly told that we're little Iowa and that we're not capable of recruiting and all this crap.
You guys deserve better. Yeah, you guys
yes,
deserve better than that. Yeah, you deserve better than that.
What?
And as Iowa fans, you guys deserve better than that. I don't blame you for what
we do deserve better. We have one of the best defensive coordinators in the country.
Yeah, that's how you should be. I don't blame you at all.
Yeah, I mean, it's very frustrating. We've wasted like 3 to 4 years in a row. We've wasted a pretty elite defense. Although this year I think they took a little step back, but they're still pretty darn good. We've wasted an elite punter. We've wasted an elite special teams because of this garbage offense. Okay, I'm just tired of the defeatist attitude that some people in Iowa City have, saying that we can't win more than 9 games a year or maybe 10 if we're lucky. I'm so tired of that crap. And I think this is an opportunity for us to change that narrative, and I hope that they take advantage of it.
Do you think the defensive coordinator would leave if Kirk left though?
People have said that if Kirk retires, he'll also retire, which is why I'm saying that first of all, he should get not get a phone call. He works. He should get the first dibs on the head coaching position, and if he still doesn't want it, ask him what it would take to keep him.
He's a Michigan State grad too, and their head coaching job's open. I wonder if he'll.
Yeah.
I think Urban Meyer going to Michigan State.
There's been talk about that as well, but the word on the street is he's pretty happy with his spot in Iowa City. Now, if Kirk leaves, that could change some things, but I just
they would have to pay him a lot.
I don't foresee him going to Michigan State. I just don't.
They would have to pay Meyer a lot to go to Michigan State. I just don't see
they
it.
Got the money though, bro. They got the boosters.
We have plenty of money at Iowa to make him stay too. I know that we don't have as much money as other big programs do, but we have money, believe me. And that's also another part of the reason, by the way, I should mention this too. That's another part of the reason why a lot of people think today happened. Because we think that the donors finally had enough and said, either we take back our donations or we don't, donate anymore, or Brian has to go. It's one of the two. So I overheard as well that that's part of this too.
We do have a friend of the program, Will ND, who does want to talk about the Iowa situation. So I'm going to bring him in a little early. We are going to rotate some people out soon, bring some new people in, because I know we have a lot of people wanting to call for the 9 o'clock hour. So I'm gonna bring Will ND in here to Will. Welcome back. Thanks for joining the Ocho. And what's your take on Iowa?
Yeah, I'm just curious that like for Kirk, like I'm worried that they'll just get a conservative guy. I want a guy he doesn't have to be like totally at the other side of the aisle and toward the types of offenses, but I just want them to I want Iowa fans to have more exciting offense, be able to have some fun watching them, and I just hope Kirk makes the right decision.
Yeah, that's why I'm pretty pro Kirk leaving. I don't think he's not gonna become Mike Leach. Okay, that's definitely not happening, right? And everybody knows that. However, I don't think he's gonna make effective enough change to make it the exciting offense that everybody wants. And that's unfortunate, but that's again him putting himself before the team and him putting what he wants before the team, and that's a big reason why I want him gone at this point.
He feels like he's like the godfather of the program, and he's almost bigger than that. I mean,
he does.
You can't
he does feel that way. He does feel that way
because he's untouchable. Kinda.
He's kind of not untouchable anymore, though. That's what today proved. I mean, who
That's
thought,
true.
if you would have asked me at the beginning of the year, do you think that Gary Barta's gone? And do you think that Brian Ferentz will be gone before, at the end of the year? I would have said no to both of those things, but look what happened.
Yeah.
So you never know. That's the thing.
I think Kurt is going to be the toughest one to get rid of because he's got so much history at Iowa, and they look at him like a god there.
That's not so true anymore as it once was. There's definitely still some Kirk Homers around, but I think the tide is really turning. And after what happened with that horrible, horrible Minnesota call, which I'm not going to even get into, and I've stopped talking about long ago.
Yeah.
That was kind of the last straw, the straw that broke the camel's back, so to speak.
Oh man, I watched that game on my iPad, and I was like, "Oh man, that was just holy crap."
Well, you know what? The truth is, was that call crap? Absolutely 100%. But should we be in a position winning the game enough without having to worry about it, despite whatever call might be made? Yes, we should. We should be in a better position. We shouldn't have a game decided like that in that way. We should be good enough to have enough points on the board on our own without someone calling back a play. So there's both of those things are true. Both of those things.
Yeah, you're the poor man version of this year's Ohio State.
I wouldn't necessarily say we're poor man's version. I mean, our defense is pretty darn dynamic, even though it's not what it was last year. But nonetheless,
I'm trolling.
Nonetheless, that's not the point. But yeah, no. Will, all that to say, I 100% agree with you. I think Kirk's going to remain conservative. I do think the OC, whoever it might be under him, will do better than Brian. But then again, that is such a low bar that's not difficult.
I'm just hoping that Beth has some sort of say in what's going on.
I think she might. I don't think she'll ultimately decide, of course, but I think she'll be a factor, and I think she'll have like a veto power type of thing, maybe.
That's why
I enjoyed her statement. It was like, I'm in charge. Like, it was very like laying it down. Like, this, like, Kirk isn't going to get to just run everything anymore. Like,
right. That's exactly what I love about this, because like I said, he's not infallible.
Yeah.
And it's finally someone holding him to account. Someone's finally holding him to account, and it's about time. He got away with murder with Barta there.
I mean, to be indignant when you have the nation's worst ranked offense, that you should get rid of your offensive coordinator and be like, how dare you? I mean, how dense do you have to be? I mean,
I always said if Iowa can get a offense going, man, they're going to be a tough out for anyone in the Big with their defense as good as it is.
Yeah, I think that's true, and I also don't think we have to be like a top 10 offense to be at that point either.
That's going to be scary. Yeah, if they get a halfway decent offense, they're going to be good.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. Hopefully, the right decisions are made here in the next few months, so it happens.
Yeah, I'm just hoping that Iowa can hire at least someone like middle of the road. Like I said, like I went on to Corey's show and I was talking about Chip Long. I feel like Chip Long would be a perfect hire for Iowa, and that they could really get that offense rolling.
I don't think it's that simple though. Like people don't. There's nuances to football. Like a part of the reason why the defense is good too is because of the style of play. Have you ever noticed like teams like Lincoln Riley, those fast-paced offenses, it tends to affect the other side of the ball. There's other things that go into that. So you may change a coach that's more offensive minded, but then not have as good of a defense. So it's not that, to me, it's not that simple.
Well,
none of
it doesn't
it's
have to be a
simple.
great offense. It just has to be like a top 50 offense that can throw the ball if they want to.
Yeah.
Up there.
That's it. Top
They
50.
can still rely on the run and like get a good offensive line coach in. To help improve the line.
That's right. That's accurate. And the thing is that, how can I say this? So we do have some talent on the offensive side of the ball. I know that's hard for people to believe because you would never know that since our quarterback can't throw worth a crap and gets sacked half the time, just like P-Trash did. But anyway, I'm not going to go there. Oops, I just did. So we have some decent receivers. Like when Cade was in, even though he was injured, you'll notice there were catches made. There were some that were missed, but there were catches made. So I think there's some talent there. And this goes back, I can't remember who it was just now who commented that, it's more complicated. It's not as simple as it seems. that's 100% true because Brian was a part of the problem, no doubt. Like the play calling was piss poor, so that's definitely an influence. But there's also the fact that we don't have the right quarterback talent right now. Unfortunately, with Cade being injured, that is just the story. That is just the truth. Probably the best person we have right now is a freshman named Marco Linez, who's supposedly mobile out of Jersey. I think he was a 3 or 4 star recruit. I think 4. I don't know. But anyway, he's mobile and he has very accurate throws. He knows the game. He's very athletic. But we all know Kirk's not going to put in a first-year quarterback unless like everyone else is injured. So I mean that doesn't matter.
Yeah, they can get him some reps.
He might not have a
play a few games without
But
burning
Kirk
our
doesn't
reps.
do that. You guys know Kirk doesn't do stuff like that. I agree with you. That's what they should be doing. If they were smart right now, what they would be doing is also allowing Levis some repetition, within the game, some drives. He'd be allowing Marco some drives because Marco is redshirting. We have 4 games left, and he won't burn his red shirt if he plays now. So he should be given some chances. And then,
Erica, who do you want? Who do you want as OC?
As OC? Well, my plan is different than who I want as OC. What I want to have happen is have both Kirk and Brian leave, bring in Bob Stoops for 2 or 3 years, have him lead a transition because he's obviously led award-winning teams before. He knows what he's doing.
Yeah, what about Mike
I'd like him to mold LeVar Woods into our head coach, assuming that Phil Parker says no. If Phil Parker says no, then I want that Bob Stoops plan to go into it. I don't think it's very realistic, but I'm dreaming. I know that. So
what about Mike Stoops?
I don't know enough about Mike, but I think Bob is the most successful one, and I think we need to shoot high.
Mike's done really well at Kentucky, though. He's done really well in his career.
I think honestly, Bob. I think Bob is happier at the NFL at the moment.
Yeah, I don't know. I've heard rumors though that he would consider it.
Mike. Yeah, we don't want Mike's. You don't want Mike Stoops to be your head coach. Mark maybe.
Hey, Urban Meyer. I'm just saying.
Mark's going to be more of the same. We need.
Yeah, because Mike Stoops is the failed
Arizona coach.
If you care about winning, Urban Meyer.
We don't want Urban Meyer.
Even if it's dirty.
Okay.
If you care about winning.
Michigan man, Iowa doesn't think like that.
All right. Well,
That's not going to be changing. I think we can hire someone of quality without having to stoop down to that.
Well,
the coach Meyer gives out free lap dances, so that might be good.
Erica, the coach.
Dog.
The coach is a quality. Erica, Lance Leipold from Kansas.
Yeah.
And Chris Kleeman from Kansas State.
And also to add to that, a name that people have been throwing out is the offensive coordinator from Washington, and his last name is escaping me right now, but he's from Iowa.
Ryan Grubb.
Yeah, he's from Iowa originally. I know it would take a lot of money, but again, that's kind of a dream type hire, I guess, for OC.
Shoot the moon. Shoot for the moon.
That would be just
what about
just a massive shift.
What about Brian Hartline?
Yeah, Brian's name has been brought up too. I don't know that that's realistic.
Yeah, he's in line to be the Ohio State head coach.
Yeah, I don't.
Oh, you think it's going to be like just passed down, like it's some type of kingdom?
Possibly.
If something happens with Ryan Day, I think that's definitely off the table for sure.
Or Fickle.
Fickle? I don't think he's going anywhere. He just got to Wisconsin.
I think Ohio State tomorrow, leaving a heartbeat. That's my feeling. I think he would take it right now.
I didn't hear what you said.
So I think they would take Brian Fickle if he was offered the Ohio State job today. I think he would take it.
Oh, 100%.
I don't think there's.
I mean, he's made a lot of comments about how much respect he has for Iowa and for Kirk Ferentz. So maybe he would take it, but I just
no, he's not. I didn't say he'd take the Iowa job. Fickle would take the Ohio State job.
He'd take it in a heartbeat. If that job opened up, Luke Fickle would be like, "Hey guys, I know you just signed me to a deal, but I'm good. I'm going over here."
Yeah, here you go. Y'all, we're about to hit 9 o'clock, and we've got some more callers that want to come in. So what we're going to do is rotate some people out. Jackson, we're going to start with you. So I'm going to give you the chance to give a final thought, and where can people find you on the internet?
Well, I'll give my final thought, and it's on one of the games in week 9. I will say that safety should have been a scoop and score by Penn State against Indiana. I was like, oh man, how do you mess that up, Penn State? But also, I will say, if you want to find me, you can find me on Instagram, Twitter, and YouTube. And I do have an announcement as well. Stay tuned for episode 15 of the Jacksonian, as I have with me will be host of Locked On Oklahoma State, Cody Stovell, as we discuss the last edition of the Bedlam rivalry, our favorite memories of the Bedlam rivalry. Will the Iowa State head-to-head win over Oklahoma State hurt Oklahoma State? Or, well, I guess we'll see. And are the polls being disrespectful to Oklahoma State? Well, stay tuned, and it will be released on Twitter/X before it gets released on YouTube. So stick around. It's going to be fun.
There you go. All right, Jackson, we appreciate you.
Thank you for having me on, John, and it's a pleasure seeing y'all, everybody.
All right, and also Michigan Man, final thought, and where can people find you?
Final thought, man. I want to see how this team responds this weekend. We don't know for sure what's going on in the locker room. I'm pretty sure I know that they're motivated, they're galvanized. That's the word. But I just want to see how they handle everything on the field. Let the field talk. Let the field talk. We're going to see how how good the depth is in the sign stealing. We're going to see if the second string sign stealer is as good as the first string sign stealer. We're going to see about that. And in terms of this, let's let this play out. Let's let this play out. Let's let this investigation play out. And the only thing, last thing I say about that is the reporting is egregious. I forgot to mention the Sports Illustrated article about the ball boys. I mean, come on, man. Even at the end of that article, did you read the whole article and see what it said at the end? Oh, well, there's actually no proof of this or even any actual evidence of this actually occur. I was like, why'd you make the article?
Yeah, there's a lot of people who are getting their quota, their click quota.
I was like, why are you making an article when after you looked into it and there's no evidence for it? Like, what are we doing?
I don't get it. All right, Michigan Man, go blue, and we'll see you next time, okay?
Bye.
All right. And let's go. Sorry about that. Let's go to, we got Mike Ford in the house, repping Michigan football, the voice of college football, from our merch store. How you doing, Mike?
Can't complain. How you doing, Scoop?
Good. And we also have Minnesota Dave in the house back with us for 9 o'clock. Hey, Minnesota Dave, how you doing?
Hey, sorry about that. I was kind of busy, and I think the sound was coming from me. I was buffing the floor, so.
All good, man. I know you're putting in that work. And last but certainly not least, honorary member of the Big Ten.
What's up,
Will back in the house.
Will.
Go Irish, everyone.
Hey. So why don't we get to games?
What?
So,
wait. There were games played this weekend? Or coming up?
I thought it was all Michigan science ceiling hype.
I didn't want to say one last thing on the Brian Ferentz thing, and I think the Michigan people will appreciate this. I remember when I was in college in 2000, the middle of November 2008. I was going to college in the Metro Detroit area when news broke out that Matt Millen had been fired.
Oh, thank God.
And that's the closest parallel I can make. And it was basically the only thing anyone on campus was talking about that day. It was just just like you popped a 20-pound pimple or something. It was just pure relief for everybody. I mean,
that's how I felt this morning when I started hearing rumors.
Yeah, it was so.
That was a schmuck.
Can I ask a question before we start the game review as well?
Yeah.
So tell me if this is true or not. I have read rumors about Harbaugh going to the Bears.
No.
Is there any? Are there any
room-
links to that at all?
No.
There was a chance he was going to go to the Vikings at one point, but that was it.
Okay.
There's always going to be rumors associating Harbaugh with NFL jobs.
Yeah.
Every NFL job comes up.
Especially since he was drafted by the Bears and played for the Bears. Although I don't even know why that would be that strong of a connection because he wasn't very good when he was with the Bears.
Well, the reason I ask is because I live in the Chicago area. So
What'd you say?
I live in the Chicago area, so I was just asking.
Okay. Yeah.
The only thing I know about Chicago, I really doubt that. I can't even pronounce his last name. Eberhaus, whatever. He ain't going to be.
Eberflus. Yep.
Eberflus.
Yeah.
It was some weird ass name.
Matt Eberflus. Yep.
He ain't going to be there. I'll promise you that.
One of four scenarios. Harbaugh gets signed for $13 million a year extension. Bears, Raiders, Chargers.
No, I don't think he would take the Bears job. The Bears job is terrible. There is no way he'd go there.
Oh, yeah. The Bears job is good. The Bears job is good. They got $1 million assets and a ton of cap space. They're
about to get a brand new stadium too.
The Bears are probably.
I mean, the Bears could find a way to mess it up, but with everything that's going on, they should be able to be competent.
I can't. The Chargers ownership is too cheap for the Chargers. I can't see that really wanting to pay Harbaugh what he's worth. Raiders, I don't know. That's probably the best of the three for him to consider.
Mark Davis, he's buddies with the owner.
Yeah,
so
you say he's good with the Davis clan. So
that would be the most awkward conversation to ever listen in on. Mark Davis and Jim Harbaugh. So I mean, God, you're not learning any social skills from those two.
The worst one would be Jim Harbaugh and Art.
Yeah,
that would just be weird.
Yeah.
So folks, Penn State was favored by 30.5 in their game. They did win the game, but Indiana did kind of keep things interesting. 33-24 final score. Drew Allard did 20 for 31, 3 touchdowns, a pick. Brendan Sorsby on the other side, 269 yards, 3 touchdowns, 13 for 19. So it seemed like Indiana was getting some traction there. Is Penn State what we thought they were before all the media hype, or what's our take on Penn State here?
I don't know, because I mean, Indiana is more of a wild card because Indiana has. I mean, it was the first game of the season, but Ohio State didn't exactly look great when they went to Bloomington. That was a 23-3 game.
And Michigan, I mean, like they outplayed Michigan for the first 20 minutes of the game against Michigan.
Yeah,
and
we
then
definitely had a slow start.
What'd you say?
We definitely had a slow start.
Oh yeah, I mean, yeah, it was. I mean, Indiana is bizarre, but I don't know. I mean, I think there were some warning signs that this Penn State team might be a little weaker than they were hyped up to be. A little bit, like not just getting beat by Ohio State, but having, some of the inefficiency, some of their own play in that game was a bit concerning. They haven't been real dynamic all year. No. So I mean, even though they've scored a lot of points, they've just kind of beat up on weaker competition. They can't match up to them physically.
Well, the thing is that going in this season, people thought that Drew Allard was going to be that final step to take them into the realm of competing with
Promised
Ohio
land.
State. Yeah.
Yes,
and it looks like he hasn't really fulfilled his promise yet.
I mean, like that's what you get when you. I'm sorry.
It's still a Coach Franklin team, isn't it? I mean, they usually don't end up being what they're advertised as, from what I can tell.
Yeah, well, the other side is Manny Diaz is the truth. That dude needs to, if he stays at Penn State, that dude's going to be a rock star.
This was one of their worst defensive performances, though. Indiana's not a very good offensive team. I mean, I do
Indiana's horrible.
Yeah, this is an outlier, but as a whole, Penn State's defense under Diaz has been fantastic.
Yeah, and I mean, like with the Penn State Aller, I think it's after when you have like a certain level of play that you're not completely satisfied with for so long. Clifford was there for so long, and he was not horrible, but he was never fantastic. You just kind of start to think, okay, he's the issue. He's what's wrong with everything. He's what's holding us back, and it's grass is always greener type of situation, and that's not always.
Well, Penn State's also a little undersized in the trenches on both offense and defense. And what they really need a legitimate 2 wide receiver. I think what's his name? Keon Lambert-Smith, I think is his name.
DeAndre Lambert-Smith,
yeah. He's a very talented receiver, but Aller does not have a second option past KLS.
Before we continue to dive in, I just want to honor Brian's super chat. Thanks for the $2. Connor Stallion's lawyer released a statement. I don't see that, so if you can let us, unless you're joking, you might be joking, but if you're not, let us know where the source is because I'd love to read it.
Oh, I want the info.
But thank you for the $2. So I think one thing Michigan fans can take solace in is the fact that Indiana was allowed to pass 269 yards on Penn State. The run game, it looks like they did a pretty good job of shutting it down. But, if you're a Michigan fan and you know that J.J. McCarthy can sling the rock and has actually the passing game has been more on fire than the running game, you look at stats like this, and there might be some hope there that you might be able to get some passing yards on Penn State.
Oh, we'll get our pound of flesh for sure.
Yeah, I personally think that it was just basically a big game hangover for Penn State.
I thought that as well.
Yeah.
I think that's the most likely explanation. Penn State does have maybe the best secondary in the entire country, though. So
I like ours. I don't know, man. I like ours right now, but
yeah, I like ours right now too. I think we're up there. So,
but yeah, I don't know, man. With James Franklin, it just seems like, I mean, I know it's a big hump to get over, like this Michigan team and this Ohio State team, but like I think he's a good coach, but I don't know. Maybe his offensive staff needs to be reworked a bit to get where they want to be.
I mean, they're recruiting like madmen, though, so there's always the chance that they're going to take that next level.
Yeah, we'll see. It'll be interesting.
So there was a pretty big, a substantial upset in Big Ten play, and that's the Northwestern Wildcats pulled off the upset when Maryland was favored by 14.5.
Yeah, I got no explanation for this one.
Yeah, I haven't seen any of this, but yeah, I was following along and.
Oh yeah, I flipped back and forth between this game and the Penn State Ohio State game because this was probably the biggest surprise in the Big Ten.
I want to know how they did it because it looks like Maryland beat them in like every stat.
Well, it looks like they were able to stop the run, Maryland's run, and then the secondary was able to just peel back extra guys on the secondary.
Were there any turnovers at all?
Talia threw a pick.
Yeah.
Oh, shocker. Okay.
And that's what I thought. I thought if
that was at the end of the game too, wasn't it?
It was in the fourth quarter, I believe.
Yeah, I think it was near the end of the game though. I think he threw the pick right at the end because they went to go review that. They thought it hit the ground, but he didn't, and that was basically the end of the game. And Northwestern just took a knee and basically ended melting the clock. So,
and if you'd have told me that this was going to happen, I would have said Talia stunk it up, but he actually didn't. So that would have been my only guess on how Maryland loses the game. Is Talia just had a terrible, terrible game because he is prone to that. He does have moments where he will not look good, but from everything I've saw, he didn't really drop the ball this game.
Yeah, it looks like definitely some high productivity from both teams. I mean, the yardage was, like you guys said, very similar, but Will, I think you broke it down pretty well, kind of the factors in the game. Obviously, the fact that Northwestern was able to put up, kind of go blow for blow with Maryland. Never a good sign because, Maryland's strength is in some cases their productivity. So Northwestern being allowed to match that, that's a recipe for an upset to happen.
Yeah, and Northwestern's always been a bend, don't break defense. That's what's been keeping them in games in their history. So,
but they've been doing a lot of breaking lately, though.
Yeah. Oh yeah. It's
breaking bad.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I was saying this about the whole college football scene, like in general across the country. Like the teams about a month ago that we thought were just complete ass, like everywhere, like the Arizona States, the Stanfords, Virginia Tech, Northwesterns. They've all kind of like Iowa State. They've all kind of risen up and shown some resolve this past month. I mean, it's like nobody's like awful this year.
Yeah.
Really nobody.
Well, I hesitate to take Virginia out of the awful because I don't think Carolina is as good as people think they are.
Well, but they're still. I mean, like you would have thought they'd lose that if North Carolina would have beaten them by 40 a month ago. You would have said, "Who cares? It's Virginia." And and then now they just took Miami to overtime. Like, I'm not saying they're good. I'm just saying they're not as bad as we thought they were.
Yeah.
And everyone's not as bad as we thought they were.
Oh yeah, because I thought Virginia was I still do think they're the worst team in Power 5.
No, it's got to be Vandy. I think. I don't know.
Vandy or Cincinnati are the two worst.
Yeah, I keep forgetting about Cincinnati.
Cincinnati was in there with Oklahoma.
Oklahoma, though.
Yeah.
What a turnaround that program has had! Holy crap! Oh,
Cincinnati?
Cincinnati.
Oh yeah, right down into the basement.
Yeah, they lost like their whole team from last year and their whole coaching staff. Like everybody's new, almost nobody. They do have a really good interior defensive lineman, Dante Corleone, and that's it.
All righty. So without further ado, we've got Row the Boat, Minnesota Dave. You're
doesn't matter what the running back is, we just keep on coming. We're new running back you now.
Actually, you know what? Time out. Michigan State might be the worst Power 5 team, come to think of it.
They're starting to trend that way.
Yeah, they might be.
Hey, a win's a win. I'll take it. Right now, that's all we need.
So Minnesota Dave, it seems like you guys, from a productivity standpoint, you kind of owned, almost over 100 yards more than Michigan State. You guys were favored by 6.5. Obviously, Michigan State, it seems like they've kind of packed it in for the season in some aspects. What were your kind of big takeaways? Obviously, the running game being pretty strong.
Yeah. Well, the big takeaways I would say is the passing game was a lot better, but Michigan State's secondary is awful. We had 200 yards passing, and we had over 200 yards rushing. The kid that transferred from Western Michigan, the running back, he's never going to see the field again.
You there, Dave?
Did we lose you?
Yeah, you hear me?
Now we do.
I think you cut out for like a second. After
you said the running back wasn't going to see the field again.
Yeah, the one that transferred from Western Michigan, he fumbled on his first carry, and he's already fumbled like 3 times, since the beginning of the year. So he won't see the field again.
Sayonara.
Yeah, that's might as well transfer right back to Western Michigan. Newman's brother did really well. He reminds me a lot of you guys remember David Cobb?
Yes, he was
short, stocky, big guy that can just run right through you. That's exactly what Newman is.
Yeah, just way better than he should be. He had like no explosiveness to his game at all, but just kept chugging and turning out.
A
workhorse.
Last time I checked, I think he's gone now out of the NFL, but he was on the Green Bay. Yeah, he was on the Green Bay practice squad for a while, and I think he ended up going to the CFL after he got cut from the Green Bay practice squad. But he reminds me of that short, stocky guy. Just really, really good at just powering himself through. And,
I switched to that game and I saw that Newbin on the back jersey running. I'm like, did they get so beat up that they actually had to move Tyler to running back?
No, they got their running back. They lost 2 running backs in the Iowa game. Yeah. And that was, the reason why he started. He was a 4-string guy. The guy from Western was the 3rd-string guy, and he fumbles on the first play, and Newman just takes over. And you have to give credit to our offensive line. They probably played one heck of a game. But we'll probably end up talking about the Illinois game, so we'll get to talk about that later. But I'm very impressed about our defense, the way they looked. Again, Michigan State, I think offensively is at least slightly better than Iowa, but everybody's slightly better than Iowa right now offensively.
Actually, a lot of people are incredibly better than Iowa.
There's a reason our offensive coordinator was fired. I'll remind you.
Yeah, and then that's it's a great day for you, Erica. It's a great day for you.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Hopefully, Kirk leads too. But anyway,
I'll say this: Michigan State has to be like the worst 4th quarter team in America. In all of these games, they blew a huge lead against Rutgers. Gave away 10 points to Iowa in the 4th quarter, and then
ouch.
Why don't you just kick her while you're at it?
Hey, she's not down.
I don't care. People can say whatever they want. I don't care. At this point, I've heard it all.
No, they've got then this game. There's outside of the Michigan game, the last few games, they've been right in there at the end and then just die.
Should we say congratulations in advance for Nebraska because they got Michigan State up next?
How about the fact that Nebraska could be making a bowl, which is what we predicted at the beginning of the season, 6-6, and they're on their way. 31-14 against Purdue. They were favored, but by 1. So I think that they overcame the odds there by a decent amount. What do we think about Nebraska kind of having a nice little resurgence here? I mean, I know it's Purdue, but still.
I'll one up you. I think they've got a real legitimate chance of winning the West.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
I don't mean like outlying, at 1 in a million. I think they've got a real chance of winning the West.
They need Minnesota, though, to lose twice. And that could happen.
That could happen. Yes.
They could run the table. I mean, they're probably dogs against Wisconsin. I mean, is there any other game that's not really winnable for them?
No, they've got Iowa in Lincoln. That's not looking good for Erica's team.
Yeah, that's the old Thanksgiving hangover cure again.
Yeah, my thoughts on that game. I know we're talking way ahead of time about it, but my thoughts on that game is that the guys are going to be hungry to win that one because they beat us last time for the first time in like 8 years. So I think we're going to go in there hungry.
Yeah, Nebraska, I mean, they finally got the clue to not put that interception machine Jeff Sims in the game. And
he's hurt. I don't think he's been able to play.
I don't think he's hurt now. I think I know he was originally taken out for injury, but I think he's just benched. But I mean, Harburg is not exactly, Joe Montana 2.0, but at least he's not throwing the ball to the other jerseys like Sims has done.
Yeah, Harburg's turning into a nice little quarterback here. He can run it. He can pass it. Sort of.
and their defense is legit.
That's the key. Their defense really is pretty solid.
It's really big for Nebraska they got over. I mean, maybe they're not totally over it yet, but winning 1-score games, like it looks like they've definitely gotten better at that. I mean, I know only the Northwestern one was 1 score, but
yeah,
so it might come back to them, but.
I know Purdue was not expected to take over the world this year, but I'm a little disappointed in Hudson Card. Another 2 picks today in this game, and yeah, I just thought he was going to do a little bit better in general.
Well, he's a good quarterback, but he's an island. I mean, he's got nothing around him.
Yeah.
No, that's I mean. I listened to Michael Hogue a little bit earlier he says Purdue's having a ton of injuries. I don't know if that's just fan speak or not. I guess I don't follow them close enough to know that, but yeah.
I don't think the injury thing is valid because I mean I could say the same thing about Iowa because we do have a ton of injuries. So I don't like using that as an excuse.
Iowa does.
I just think that Purdue is just not a good team this year. I mean, we almost killed their quarterback. I thought he was going to have to be taken off on a stretcher by the time we were done with him.
Yeah, Iowa's injury argument is much stronger than Purdue's injury argument.
Yeah, because we're down our 2 big tight ends, you know.
Yeah, and I mean, you guys actually have playmakers. I mean, just because your offensive line is pure crap, you can't see it too much. But
and
Purdue,
also we have horrible play calling.
Yeah, that too. But I mean, Purdue is it's Hudson Card and just a bunch of guys.
Yeah.
Mockabee is a decent running back. I actually have been impressed with him a little when I've seen him, but not much else.
So with all that said, we have I have another one here, and then obviously we could get to some other games as well. But obviously Ohio State played Wisconsin.
And Wisconsin looked like garbage again.
And I gotta say, could Kyle McCord have a ceiling here? He looked okay. He had moments. Obviously, I think MH. So Joel Klatt. I don't know if anybody heard the Joel Klatt show where he basically said that the Heisman is going to come down to the game, and JJ on the Michigan side and Marvin Harrison Jr. on the Ohio State side, and whoever wins the game, that player might be the Heisman winner.
Man, can JJ really win it?
A Big Ten homer, man. Like, come on.
But I mean, can JJ really win it? I mean, he has had the cakiest season so far this year. He has had zero adversity, none.
Well, the main problem isn't the adversity; it's the fact that he's put on the bench halfway through the third quarter.
Yeah, he's played 4 snaps in the fourth quarter the whole year.
I mean, you can't give it to somebody who plays like 2 competitive games the entire season. I have a problem with that.
It basically just depends on what you look at. If you're somebody that wants a quarterback to put up gaudy numbers, like a Penix or a Caleb Williams, he's not going to be your guy.
Yeah,
if you want a guy that's efficient, doesn't turn the ball. He's only had 1 game.
Efficient doesn't turn the ball over is not Heisman. I don't think a guy like that should be called the most outstanding player in college football.
That's just
what I'm saying. I mean,
it just like I said, it just depends on your criteria. But I mean, JJ leads the nation in quarterback rating. He's second in completion percentage. I have to look that up. I mean, if you're looking for a guy that he's not put in the position to win you games. I mean, we have a good enough offense that JD doesn't have to go out and throw for 400 yards. But if you're looking for a quality quarterback, he's in the conversation. But the thing is, I don't think Marvin Harrison Jr., I mean, his numbers are down. I mean, that's also weighed from the fact that he goes from CJ Stroud to Kyle McCord.
Yeah.
And Ohio State's offensive line is much worse than last year. Their tackles this year are average at best.
Well, they played together in high school. You'd think they'd have a just as good of a connection, even though CJ Stroud is obviously a better quarterback than Kyle, I think we all agree on that.
Honestly,
I mean, if Harrison has like a 180-yard, 2-touchdown game in an Ohio State victory, that will be very telling. I mean, he had a couple games early in the year that are dragging his stats down. The Indiana game and the Notre Dame game.
Yeah, and if
which he was hurt for half of, and that which he couldn't really. So
well, and consider this. I mean, if you look stat wise, Roman Wilson is doing better than Marvin Harrison Jr. and supposedly our wide receivers all suck.
Yeah.
So what does that tell you about Marvin?
Here's what I kind of look at.
Roman Wilson's better than Marvin Harrison, clearly.
Yeah, see, and that's the thing, though. He's not.
If a player is removed, what are they? So, like, here's the thing. If Marvin Harrison Jr. was removed right now from the Ohio State offense, I don't think they'd be able to really move the ball much.
Yeah, you know what I was actually going to say? I watched this game the other day, and obviously Ohio State won, and that should have been a win for them for sure, but I was expecting it to be a lot more dominant. They didn't look that much better than Iowa really did, to be honest. I know that's going to be an insult, but that's the truth. They weren't moving the ball a ton except for Harrison.
They had over 400 yards. Michigan had 160 yards rushing in this game. The problem wasn't moving the ball. The problem was they turned the ball over 3 times.
Yeah, that's part of it too.
In position where they would have scored points had they not turned it over. So, I mean, the game was more dominant than the final score, but I've said that a couple times.
I feel that
they need to learn how to finish drives way better.
I don't know. Maybe I'm used to seeing just a really extremely strong Ohio State team that dominates, but this to me was not dominant at all.
No.
Well, and also considers the fact that nobody goes into Madison and just beats the hell out of Wisconsin, even on a down Wisconsin year. That doesn't happen.
No, I was there in Madison at this, and it was, I mean, those people are nuts. It's an insane place.
Especially when they're jumping.
Hey, does anybody know, since we're speaking about Wisconsin, does anybody know how long Derek Allen is going to be out? Brandon Allen's going to be out.
Allen? No, I don't even know what I know. I noticed he left the game at halftime, but
wasn't he injured before too? Like, this is not his first injury. I might be confusing him with somebody else.
Malucci's been out. I don't know if Allen's really had a lot of.
I have to look this up.
He was injured last year.
Yeah, he was last year.
Oh, okay.
And honestly, I think that's probably the biggest indictment on Ohio State. Keep in mind, they played with a second string quarterback for most of the game, and for most games, it was a second string quarterback and a third string running back. So the fact that this really should have been more of a dominant win.
Yeah, I agree.
Wisconsin was a mass unit on offense. So, I mean, it's not looking as good. This Ohio State team, they've beaten some great teams, but they look very mortal.
I'm trying to find information on Braylon Allen. All I can see is questionable. So I don't know if we'll probably hear more in the next couple days, I'm guessing.
I'm thinking he's probably out, but I don't think that's official.
Yeah, I would say so. I would agree. I think he's probably out, at least for this.
The injury looked bad.
Yeah.
No, there was a reason though. This landed like right on the line here. It was a 14.5 game.
Yeah, and it was 14.5. So they just barely didn't cover.
Yeah. I mean, McCord, he's done this. I think almost every game lately. It seems like there's a strip sack or something every time he gets. I mean, like that's just unacceptable. You can't continue to be that loose with the football. I mean,
and probably the worst thing about this is now the Devin Brown comments start coming back up.
Well, Devin Brown, I don't think he's going to be able to play.
He's out till next year.
Yeah. But I'm saying that there's probably some people now thinking it should have been Devin from the get.
No.
Might want to watch the name Lincoln Keyholes. He might come in, the true freshman from South Dakota. He might come in and fill that Devin Brown red zone role, especially as we get closer to the end of the season.
That's interesting.
What?
As long as I don't hear people crying about Aaron Nolan.
Well, he's next, isn't he? Next year?
Yeah. He's coming in next year. He's coming in next year. He'll almost certainly redshirt next year. So
yeah.
Oh God, I hope so.
Yeah, for our sake, he red shirts. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, I will say Travion Henderson. I thought he had a great game.
Yeah, that was his. He looked like a freshman Travion, I think, for the first time since early last year.
He impressed me.
It's all about if that offensive line can make a big enough hole for Travion to run through.
Yeah, that's the key, though. And well, the other thing is, I was always a little down on Travion, but I wonder how much of that is just I keep seeing games where he's not at 100%.
Well, he was not at 100% for almost all of last year, and the injury we heard was like much worse. He was running with a broken bone in his foot the entire season.
Ow.
Yeah. I think that's kind of important as a running back. But I mean, like people forget how good he was as a freshman, and like he was, a top 10 overall recruit. I mean, he was a super blue chip guy coming out. And you can see that.
I forgot how good he was, and then I had to debate Buckeye Mike on Blake Corum versus Travion Henderson, and I went back to his. I was like, oh crap, he was pretty good his freshman year.
Oh yeah, he was. Yeah,
they're both out of Virginia, which is fun.
Oh
yeah, that's right. I thought Corum's out of Maryland. I thought.
So he went to high school in Maryland, like a prestigious prep school.
Okay.
Like a boarding school in Baltimore, but he's originally from Virginia.
Oh, okay. That's interesting. Yeah. Yep.
All right. Moose, people keep sleeping on Wilson. Yeah, I mean, Wilson, out of every receiver Michigan has, Wilson looks the most like an Ohio State receiver, if that makes sense. Like, he can go beyond just basic running, like the basic route running, and actually like improv if he needs to, work with JJ. So yeah, I agree. I think look out for Roman Wilson to I think he needs to play against Penn State, and then if he has a really good game against Penn State, you're going to start, I think, hearing more discussion about him.
Well, I said that I'm on record saying the Blitnikoff is not wrapped up yet.
Right.
So you guys don't think he'll come back next year?
No, he'd be a fool too.
He can't come back next year.
I thought he had a COVID year, right?
He
had a COVID year.
I think he still has 1 year of eligibility, but
he's not coming back.
There's no way.
Well, I don't think he's that high of a draft pick, to be honest. I think he's like fourth. I think he's like a fifth round kind of guy. I don't.
That's going to get bumped up. I
don't know. I don't think he's real fast. I don't think he's. I don't think he has like the tools. I mean, I think you're over. He's been very.
Michigan wins a playoff game with Roman Wilson as the top receiving yard target, then I think he moves up.
Yeah. I mean, I think he's like a third receiver in the NFL, a complimentary guy. I don't know
if he'll ever be wide receiver 1, but 2's not out of the question.
No, it's not. I mean, look at Puka Nacua for no one.
So Sam Laporta apparently just got a touchdown. So I'm not watching the game.
Yeah,
but
I'm watching the Detroit game in mute while you guys are talking and contributing whenever I have something to say.
The Detroit Hawkeyes?
Sorry?
Watching the Detroit Hawkeyes there?
That's right. But
Wolverines.
Joking aside, he is blowing it up there at Detroit. I mean, my God. You could say what you want about Iowa's offense, but we're a tight end university. I don't care what anybody says.
Yeah, the tight ends are good. I mean, nobody argues.
I think Notre Dame,
except for the ones that are playing now.
I think Notre Dame would make an argument about.
Yeah, we can definitely make an argument.
But. Yeah, I'm not saying that you can't make an argument, but as it stands today, we have I think it's 5 out of 6 the highest paid tight ends in the NFL or something like that.
5 or 6?
I think that's what the stat is right now. I'd have to look it up. But I mean, still, like Sam Laporta, of course, Kittle, Hawkinson, Fant. I mean,
I have his jersey.
Do you?
Which one?
Hawkinson.
Oh yeah.
For the Vikings.
Yeah.
Lions just replaced one Hawkeye with another at tight end.
Yep.
Can
I mean,
expect
next year-
Eric All in next year's draft, maybe.
I think he might come back because he doesn't have much or enough from this year. And then last year, I don't remember how much did he end up playing at Michigan? Not much, right? His last year over there.
He had some injury problems at Michigan.
Yeah. How
Michigan,
many games?
Michigan was pretty.
How many games did you guys get out of him before he got injured?
Oh God, I'd have to go back and look. I don't have an answer. But
Michigan's
I mean,
tight end group was loaded last year.
well, we also had Colston Loveland. We were trying to build up too.
Yeah, and you had Schoonmaker, who's an NFL tight end as well. You guys were
So I've got up the schedule for this coming Saturday. Not a ton of barn burners going on. Obviously, Maryland Terrapin fans, you can redeem yourselves, and Talia, you can redeem yourself if you at home take care of business against Penn State.
How many picks will happen in that game? How many picks?
How many picks for who?
For Maryland.
2.
I was going to say 2.
Okay.
Yeah.
Maryland against Nebraska. Well, watch it. This will be the week Maryland comes out and wins like 49-10 or something.
Yeah, they're weird like that.
That would just throw the Big Ten in chaos if that happens.
Yeah.
There's a lot of these games here that preseason I looked at them and said, what's the point? Like if you said Iowa at Northwestern, I'd be like, yeah, freebie. Now I'm starting to wonder.
Yeah.
Yep. As Brian would say, what's the upside?
Hey, Erica, how many fans from Iowa you think will be at Wrigley Field?
She might be there.
We have a lot of Iowa alum in the Chicago area, and Iowa fans travel well, so we'll probably fill up most of that stadium.
Yeah,
you're gonna be there. You're from the Chi-Town.
Yep, I'm from the suburbs. I hate going down to Wrigleyville, though. I hate it.
Yeah.
You're way north suburbs then.
Yeah. Are you in Chicago area too, or are you in Minnesota?
Minnesota.
Oh, okay.
All right.
I mean, I live about, if you're familiar with the area, I live about 15 or 20 minutes north of O'Hare.
Oh, okay. I've driven through that. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is that
like how close are you to Evanston?
Evanston's about a half hour, like east.
Okay.
So. Yeah, something like that.
Okay.
Yeah, it's I like Evanston, even though Northwestern's there. I like it. It's a nice little town.
Is it Rosemont, the town of where O'Hare's at then, or?
No, well, so O'Hare is like its own little jurisdiction within Chicago, technically now, and Rosemont is near it. There's a few other towns, Bensonville, for example, that surround the O'Hare area too. So it's in the immediate vicinity.
Okay.
They need to rebuild that travel plaza, that travel oasis right there.
Oh yeah.
They took all those down.
I know.
It's awful. I love that. Wouldn't have to get off the highway.
Yeah.
Watch
Iowa go score 35 at Northwestern. Hey, weirder things have happened, and for all we know, the offense the players might have a lot of energy going in there with this.
Hey,
yeah.
Caleb Johnson's healthy right now, right?
So
he's finally healthy.
On the ball.
So my question is, will they be able to play a football game where the offenses don't have to both go in the same direction this time?
Wow.
You remember what that Illinois Northwestern game?
Oh yeah,
where they made the offenses both go the same direction because one end zone wasn't deep enough.
Right.
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, it was funny because I remember that because it was right at the wall, like the edge of the end zone. It was literally right next to the ivy.
I didn't watch that game, so I don't know. I don't like Illinois, and I don't like Northwestern particularly. So.
Alrighty. So yeah, just kind of looking at the games here, we've got. Sean, your Buckeyes are going to be traveling to Rutgers to Piscataway to take on the deadly Rutgers Scarlet Knights, who actually their defense has been, I think, pretty solid. We played them.
They're going bowling.
They're already a bowl team.
Yeah, keep chopping and celebrating.
That's going to be a sneaky game right there.
Yeah, I mean it'll be a telling game if they can't get the offense going in this game. Then yeah, I mean there just is trouble.
Yeah.
Well, I think we only scored 31 against Rutgers.
And one of those was a pick six.
Yeah.
But I'm saying like this if they can get Ibuka back and they can kind of get the offense more in sync and put up a really good performance on offense, I'll feel very good about it.
Well, they don't need Ibuka.
That's right.
They don't need
if we put 50 on Michigan State, it won't mean anything to me. But a good performance here would mean something to me.
I mean, Ibuka's not really missed, except he's not that much of a receiving because you got enough of that. You just kind of need him. He's your jet sweep guy.
Oh, he's a really good receiver. He's
yeah, like I say, you got Harrison, you got Fleming.
Fleming was out. Fleming was out this week too. So Carnell Tate's shown signs, but he shows his potential, but he also shows he's a freshman a lot.
Yeah, well, he's still pretty good for a freshman.
Yeah.
I think he's pretty good. Yeah. Obviously, Cade Stover, really good tight end. So
it'll be interesting next year with Ohio State's receiving core, assuming Fleming leaves, because you will have maybe the highest recruited group of receivers, like the best star ratings of any team ever, and they'll have no experience.
Yep.
So it'll be a really interesting experiment, I guess.
Moose is reminding us to please check out the merch store. Mike is modeling the t-shirt as we speak. So check out the merch store, topqualityshirts.com/collection/Mark Rogers. I've been slipping on the ad reads today, so there you go. I mean, I think one thing will be the O-line. Obviously, the O-line holding up. I think it's been shaky, but has shown signs of improvement, especially with the fact that Travion was able to break out and have the game that he was able to have. I mean, you have to get separation in the gaps for that to happen. So
one thing I think they've done actually a really good job of the past few weeks is just creating a lot of pre-snap movement and showing different looks in the running games. I mean, early in the season, it was so straightforward. It was so
definitely more
so robotic and so predictable what they were trying to do in the running game, and they're being a lot more creative with it now. So that's a good thing to see. You're not going to be able to beat Michigan just running it straight at them.
No.
So it's
you got to have creativity, absolutely.
Yeah, and I have a bold prediction for this year. I think we get a bagel this week. I think we shut Rutgers out.
Whoa!
You know what? I don't think so. I think Wimset's gonna get a little bit on you.
I mean, like in the running game.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think he's gonna throw for all that, but I think there's going to be like a game. There's going to be like a play where he scrambles and makes the end zone. He's known to do that.
Someone just misses their gaps on one of those zone reads, and he picks up like 40 yards and they kick a field goal or something.
The thing with Rutgers is you want to have a spotter because, like I said, Wimsett, he's known to just break one loose, so you kind of have to keep an eye on him. As far as like a legitimate downfield passing threat, no, Rutgers is not that, but they can move chains.
No, but I can definitely see a shutout coming this week. So I really can. They can get a few first downs, but I think I'll be surprised if they get to double digits.
We'll see.
Yeah, we will.
Wow, and Daniel is agreeing with you. Predicting Ohio State 27, Rutgers zip.
Mm-hmm.
That would be interesting.
I can see it.
And then Dependent is giving a prediction. We'll be talking tomorrow night on Michigan Wolverines Live, and we should have Tanner Wooten from Blue by 90. He said he was coming back for tomorrow night's episode, but I think Michigan gets another shutout versus Purdue on NBC at night, says Dependent Fanatic.
That would be. Oh, I guess that I said they did shut out Sparty. They did.
Yeah.
Forgot.
Yeah.
Purdue's not much better.
But
I hope Hudson Card doesn't get hurt for his sake, but it's a strong possibility.
Yeah. So, how does Michigan keep getting these awful games at night? How do they keep getting these games?
Well,
this should not be a primetime game.
What?
We also get terrible teams versus in the
Yeah.
day too. So
Yeah, but usually usually these networks. I mean, is this the best they can do here?
Well, you got to figure. I mean, this is made ahead of time, and Purdue did win the West last year.
Yeah, that's a good point.
It's not made very far in ahead. Usually, most of the games are scheduled like the time is determined like a week or two before the game is played.
I thought it was at least a month.
You can look up the schedules right now, like the schedule for 2 weeks from now. I think there's a lot of still to be determined. Yeah, every single game 2 weeks from now in the Big Ten does not have a start time.
Huh. Well,
yeah.
What?
Well, if it's NBC at night, maybe we get Tirico. Do we know who the announcers are yet? Let's see. Maybe it's Sean McDonough. Okay. Well, somebody can look at that. I can't find it really short. No, but I'm curious if it'll be Tirico or somebody else.
Well, and the other thing is that Michigan just pulls in eyeballs.
Yes.
So you might, them having primetime games just makes sense.
Yeah.
You got to put them on the primetime but I mean, also the Penn State game not being a night game. That is, I know that's a Fox decision, but man, that's a big difference between playing Penn State at 12 as opposed to 8.
Yeah, I guess because Michigan, people are pointing out in the chat, which I think is true. Like Michigan doing as well as they are probably has something to do with the amount of night games.
Yeah.
So with all that said, any other games you guys wanted to touch on for this upcoming week? Otherwise, we will get to final thoughts and where can people find you?
Dave, Illinois, Minnesota.
Yes.
Well, as we all know, that the Illinois head coach has our number and has had our number for a while now. I don't think we've ever beaten him since he's coached Wisconsin and Illinois. So this is a big game for, like, it's always going to be, every game is going to be a big game for Minnesota. They can't lose any of these games until they play Ohio State. That's the only loss that they're maybe allowed to have. And depending on what Iowa does, because Iowa still has to lose one more game. This is I forgot the name of the coach, the old Badger coach, now Illinois coach.
Bielema.
Brett Bielema. Yeah, Erica, I was going to ask you, do you think Brett Bielema, if Kurt leaves, do you think Brett Bielema will be interested?
Maybe. I mean, weirder things have happened. He's not on my top list, but I could see that maybe.
He's a former Iowa player, so.
Yeah, he is. That's true.
It's looking like you guys are favored, Minnesota, Dave, by somewhere between 1.5 and 2.5. So.
Yeah, it's Vegas does not like us.
Yeah, I think that's an easy cover.
I feel that if Minnesota should win this game, but like I said, Illinois has been sort of an Achilles heel for us. There's been a couple times I felt we should have won against Illinois and we didn't, and it's hurt us big time.
Well, maybe the refs will call back something that shouldn't have been, and you'll win.
Still take a shot.
Oh,
sorry. I
poor
have to.
Erica can't understand the waving rule.
Okay, whatever. Whatever.
Poke the bear, guys. Poke the bear.
All right. I think with all that, I think we've had a good time tonight, but I think it's time for final thoughts and where can people find you? And we're actually going to start with Erica. I know you're also watching. How's the game going?
Well, it's actually just coming back from halftime here, so
Okay.
Yeah. Final thought. Thank God Brian is going to be flipping gone. I think that's kind of an obvious final
I'm
thought.
I'm happy for you guys.
I would like there to be to go another step further, but I might be in the minority there probably. I mean, I don't know. Some fans seem to agree with me, some don't, but whatever. And then I'm just hoping for some type of win against Northwestern this week. Normally I'd be like, this is an easy game, but sadly enough, with Iowa being what it is, you can't say that anymore about anything until Brian's gone, at least. So anyway.
This is my invalid fair catch the bride to Erica. Sorry, Erica.
So is that not a good
heck up.
I don't know. It's invalid.
It's probably
your joke is invalid, buddy. Anyway, and congratulations on beating us for the first time ever, and like in the first time we've beaten Kirk. I mean, how many times has it been that we've beaten you and that we've beaten your head coach?
Which one, PJ Fleck or?
Yeah, PJ Fleck.
Okay, well, you've beaten him technically 7 times when he was at Western Michigan. And then you all had a big hissy fit about it when he stand on the field and was the last person. He acted like you.
I actually did not.
He acted like he peed on
that. Actually, don't put words in my mouth. I didn't have a hissy fit about that. Although I think it looked stupid, but I didn't throw a hissy fit.
Well, if you heard Hawkeye of the Storm that week, they were all kind of complaining about PJ. Oh, PJ does this, PJ does that. If you don't like it, beat him. don't lose to him.
Well, we kind of have been until this year, so I don't think that's a fair statement. But anyway, I do watch that or listen to from the Hawkeye of the Storm, but that doesn't mean that I agree with everything everyone was saying. In fact, usually my opinions are in the minority because I'm one of the few people who's not a defeatist over there. Anyway.
Erica,
I enjoy your calls with Corey. When you and Corey are on, that's a good time.
Well, I'm one of the few who's honest. I mean, what can I say?
Did want to ask Erica one last thing. Do you have any beat on what's going on with the gambling suspensions for the?
Yeah. So we have one player, Noah Shannon, on the defensive side of the ball, who has been allowed to start practicing again, and we're waiting to hear back about when he can actually go back in a game. But the NCAA is being little bastards about it and holding off on telling us anything. So that's a little frustrating.
I heard there's a hearing. There's a hearing coming up on November 8th to discuss because future sports, basketball, wrestling, very much affected by this.
Yeah, I haven't heard anything about a meeting because I don't really follow wrestling and I don't really follow basketball unless it's women's basketball. And women's basketball wasn't affected by this at all. Like they weren't part of this at all. So I don't know about anything November 8th. That could be. I'm not saying you're wrong. I just haven't heard about it.
Just wondering if you had any.
No worries. No worries at all. But yeah, hopefully they give us news about Noah soon because why would they let him practice if they won't let him play? That's kind of stupid.
I'm just having emotional skid marks by somebody not from a Michigan fan base talking about the NCAA being bad.
Yeah, it's like, wait.
Oh, you listen to Corey's show? We make commentary about them all the time.
Yeah, that's true.
Anyway, that's my final thought. You can find me on Twitter if you wish. Been posting a lot about Brian today and been posting a lot about certain political situations. So if that's not your cup of tea, you don't have to follow me, but do feel free to follow me if you want. So
there it is.
Yes, thank you very much. That's the link, and thank you for having me.
Thanks, Erica.
Goodbye, Erica. Have a nice day.
Have a good one.
Thanks, Erica.
All right, Sean, you're up next. Final thought, and where can people find you?
All right, find me right here.
Okay.
3 or 4 nights a week, somewhere on this channel, but I don't know. next 3 game stretch for Ohio State. Shouldn't have any trouble winning any of them. Sorry, Dave. But there's a whole lot to work on, and gotta get McCord to have better ball security and make better decisions with it. This game could have been 37-10 this weekend if he just takes care of the ball better.
Yep.
And just got to learn how to finish drives better. Defense, just keep doing what you're doing. They're playing outstanding. So
there you go. And it's all going to be coming. It's all going to be culminating in we're all going to be having turkey sandwiches and watching the game. So it all comes down to that as always.
Pleasure, guys. Take care.
Later, Sean. All right. And next up, we've got Mike Fort. Found a thought for you.
My final thought is how ironic for Iowa that the first person in the administration with a pair of balls is a woman.
Yeah, I mean, it's true.
Yeah.
The first one who actually is willing to stand up to Kirk Ferentz, the god of Iowa.
The mind boggles. But as I mentioned to Troy in there in the room, if you want to know where to find me, you can find me on the Tropicanas at Friday and Saturday nights. $20 a dance, 3 dance minimum, as always. The only fans page is still under construction, so if you want to see me there, I'll keep track for you.
There you go.
And to all these Michigan cheaters, spammers and stuff, I just want to tell you are all a bunch of mother.
And that was Mike Ford, everybody.
Good stuff, Mike.
Let's go next to Minnesota Dave. Final thought, and where can people find you?
Oh, my final thought is the West is up for grabs. Anybody can win it. My other thought is you could train a monkey to do Brian Ferris's job, and you'll probably do it better. But that's an insult to trained monkeys.
Yeah.
You can find me around campus at the University of Minnesota because I work here. And, if you're there on a Saturday night tailgating, I will have a beer in one hand and a joint in the other because it's legalized here. I can say that.
There you go. Blaze it. All right.
Yeah.
All right, Minnesota Dave. Appreciate you stopping by.
Have a nice night, guys.
You too. And last but certainly not least, friend of the show, Will ND. Final thought for you.
Appreciate it always, John. People, I don't know, man. I'm appreciating my Irish defense this year. I'm feeling like Iowa this year. Our offense has been a little disappointing, but our defense has been awesome. But I'm hoping we can show out against Clemson at Death Valley. I mean, I'm still scared because it's Death Valley, but we have looked much better than the Tigers recently. And I'm really hoping that this is the year we can break our streak and not win like a New Year's Six or a BCS Bowl for the first time since '94. That would be great. But yeah, hopefully Sam can play a bit better and our receivers can get open. But I don't know. We have good receivers coming on the way in recruiting. Like we have a 5-star Cam Williams that's coming in 2024. So that excites me. But yeah, I mean, overall, my Irish have played well. They had a bad game against Louisville and kind of choked it away against Ohio State. But overall, the team's been playing pretty well, and I'm happy from what I've been seeing.
You win some, you lose some, but the important thing is you're seeing growth in the team, and the defense is looking pretty good, and you have a quarterback now.
Yeah.
So
we're hoping that we might go portal again. I want us to use our own quarterbacks because, why would he go to Notre Dame if you go to play quarterback if you can't even play? So I'm hoping that Kenny Minchie or Steve Angeli can develop into a good starter this upcoming year.
That would be nice to.
We do have a better quarterback coach now in Gino Guidugli. Everyone's raving about him in the program. But yeah, I mean, if you're gonna watch the Irish game, watch out for Ben Morrison at corner. I think you can make a strong argument he's the best corner in the country. And Xavier Watts at safety has been amazing at safety. He's good. He's been getting interceptions all over the place this season. So yeah, should be fun to.
So I'm gonna ask everybody, call to action here, to subscribe to Will ND.
Yeah, please check out. I'm about to do a stream with Jeffrey at 10:15. We're gonna review this past week's games, and we're gonna talk about the upcoming week's games. So 10:15, we're gonna aim to be live then, and yeah, right after you drop me off, I'm gonna go set up the stream on StreamYard.
Awesome. Let's see here. So yes, if we can all subscribe to Will ND, he is just 3 subscribers away from 100.
Oh, thanks, John. I appreciate it.
We want to get him to 100 today. Okay, so so here's the link one more time. Let's get Will to 100. He always comes by, gives great analysis, and so it's starting in around 10 minutes. You said?
Yeah, 10:15 or is the start time. I'm gonna go run to the bathroom and then set it up. Yeah.
Cool. And it looks like Casey Mallory is already subbed.
Yeah,
so
Casey, appreciate you, Casey. You came over last stream, and that was a lot of fun.
Yeah, Casey.
Appreciate it.
All right, thanks, Will. We'll let you go get ready for your stream.
Thanks so much, John.
All right, bye, Will. Okay. Woo! Wow, that was a Doritos like that, or actually no, that was a Flamin' Hot Cheetos level night here at the Big Ten live show between Brian Ferentz out, the Michigan NCAA investigation, everything else going on. So thank you to Daniel for subbing, and Moose for subbing, and LeBro Games for subbing, and with that said, Will ND is now at 103. So thank you to everybody for getting Will ND up there. And we do have Cool Ranch Doritos in the house as well. Thank you to LeBro Games for stopping by. So a couple of final thoughts before or final reminders before we wrap. Don't forget, in every description section, you've got an Amazon link. So if you do your shopping on Amazon, which many of us do from time to time, help Mark Rogers out. Go to the Amazon link in any description section. Just takes a second, and it's the same shopping experience. Also, check out our merch store, where we have a bunch of amazing products for the entire family, friends, neighbors, uncles, aunts, including t-shirts, mugs, keychains, hoodies, swimming trunks. Down here in Florida, it's still warm enough to wear swimming trunks. But if you're up north, you might want a Voice of College Football hoodie or a long sleeve shirt. Maybe you need something for your phone, maybe a phone case. Maybe you light a candle you light a candle for the team that might need a candle lit for them. You might want a sticker for your laptop or a pint glass. Maybe some shoes. Maybe some yoga pants or wine tumblers. So we really do have something for pretty much everybody. And then other Big Ten schools, we also have the Michigan football at the Voice of College Football and the Iowa football at the Voice of College Football merch as well. And then soon USC is going to be joining the Big Ten, and they also have some merch for their school. So stop by the merch store. You'll be glad you did. And by the way, free shipping. So why not? Free shipping. Let's see. Mark Rogers lives, eats, sleeps, and smokes college football. LeBro would like some yoga pants. Thank you, Dependent Fanatic, and thank you for always coming by. Go Blue. We really appreciate you as always. And folks, if you haven't stopped by Dependent Fanatic's YouTube channel, do that, because he has all kinds of great insights on Michigan and others. also don't forget that our Patreon is $5 starting at, and YouTube membership starts at just $2.99. And if you just pick one, and you get access to our 24/7 Discord chat where we talk college football all the time. You get access to Mark's betting guide. You get access to emojis. You get access to when we do watch parties, we try to do one at least once a week. And then, sometimes there will be links and invites to everybody else, including, there will be trivia and there will be other things. And you might just get invited to somebody's stream. It all happens on our Discord chat. So join that. And also, if you pick one at least, then you also get to be on the College Football After Dark panel on Sunday nights with Exploring with Ben. So all kinds of perks starting at just $2.99. If you haven't gotten your free trial of Aura, get your free 2-week free trial. Protect yourself online. It really does help the channel when we get free trials. So I'm going to put the link right here. So you get yourself your Aura free trial, and also Ticketmaster, ticketmaster.com. Get your tickets and use BIG promo code or BIG20 to get money off. With all that said, we've gone through a lot of our reminders, but we do have, of course, sponsorship opportunities. Learn how over 42,000 just on this channel, about to be 43,000 enthusiastic college football subscribers can benefit your business or product or service. Or yes, we also do personal brand sponsorships. So all kinds of things that you could promote. Just contact MarkRogersTV@gmail.com. Coming up in about 5 minutes, Will ND is going live with Jeffrey, Only Talk Sports. So I'm going to head over there. And then at 11 is my friend Megan, who we appreciate you stopping by. And so, yeah, and then at 11, we do have Trojan Conquest Live. So there it is at 11 p.m. Eastern with Mark Rogers, Tim Prangley, and Matt Zemek, who's an incredible writer at Trojans Wire, USA Today. And they do Trojan Conquest Live every Monday at 11 p.m. Eastern. They talk USC football. So if you want to get your take on USC football, just head on over to there in about 49 minutes. Just tell them John sent you, because that's always fun. Just tell them John sent you. All right, any final comments? Let's see. Sleep When You're Dead. Heading back to, so is Corey going live with Coach Patterson? Okay. So I guess Corey's live too. So we've got all kinds of stuff going on. Let's see. Any other comments? Oh, I think that's it. I'm really glad we got Will over the 100 marks. That was really cool. Have a great night, everybody. Of course, Steven talking about Harbaugh's comments today at the press conference. Of course. All right, y'all. So, yeah, stop by Will's show, and then obviously at 11 p.m. Eastern, we'll have Trojans Conquest Live. That'll be next on the Voice of College Football. My name's John D'Adamo, and I was your host for the last 2 hours. And until next time, as I always like to say, go blue, and I'll see you tomorrow night at 8 p.m. Eastern for Michigan Wolverines Live. See ya.